The main character of this story, Rosianna Ebenheiter, cuts off a piece of steak and hears Marquis Schwarlen, her adoptive father, say that her little animal has not been eating lately. Schwarlen is sorry, but he hopes to tame him soon and see Rosianna off. The girl smiles sweetly at her father, saying that she is not worried about it, but notes that she behaved well. Rosianna asks Schwarlen if she can visit her pet today. Smiling affectionately, the Marquis gives the girl his consent. As evening falls, Rosianna heads to the tower, where her father keeps what he considers to be his daughter's pet. Our heroine took a basket of food with her, and approaching the cage, opened the heavy iron door with a key. At that very moment, a fiery light flashed in the darkness, emanating from the opened eyes of the creature living in the cage. Rosianna guesses that Schwarlen has added something to the food again, noticing it scattered across the floor. The girl greets Kadim Gartia, a slave from Kanten, who is chained in the corner of the cage. Rosianna mentally scolds the servants who bring Kadim food, because she has already told them many times that the drugs will not work. Our heroine hands the boy a basket of food, saying that this food is clean and can be eaten. Despite the girl's assurances, Kadim looks at the treats offered by Rosianna with distrust. Wanting to prove the truth of her words, Rosianna herself tries the food she brought. The girl shows Kadim that food must be put in the mouth. Kadim eats with great appetite, and seeing this, Rosianna asks him not to hurry so much. But the boy has been hungry for a very long time, and now he can't control himself. Marquis Schwarlen bought Kadim at auction to protect Rosianna, as he is a mixture of the blood of the Cantena tribe and savages. Rosianna knows that Kadim Gartia is one of the main heroes of this world. Opening the jar of ointment, the girl thinks that it would have been good if she had known about this earlier. She was reborn as one of the heroines of a book called The Miracle of the Rising Sun, and very soon she realized it. She became Rosianna, whose magical gift manifested itself as soon as she entered the academy. She will become a witch who has succeeded in mastering and using magic, but at the same time, she will be a puppet in the hands of Schwarlen, the main antagonist. And this is one of the biggest obstacles that hinders the happiness of the heroine of the novel. Subsequently, Kadim becomes Rosianna's faithful companion and accompanies her everywhere. The Kantine tribe had great vitality and the ability to drink dragon blood. And since Kadim is a member of this tribe, it is not easy to brainwash him. However, the night of the full moon is coming soon, and so Schwarlen is on the lookout for components that will change Kadim's brain. Our heroine carefully smears the wounds on the boy's face with healing ointment. Even though the wounds heal on him like on a dog, she asks Kadim to be patient for a little while. Rosianna's gaze falls on the boy's collar, and she remembers that she herself was sold at auction. Under different circumstances, Rosianna and Kadim could have become good friends. However, the heroine of the novel did not let him go, although she had a chance to do so. But the thirst for freedom forced Kadim to resist Rosianna's desire. At the same time, not only the young man's mind tried to resist, but also his heart. Despite Kadim's desire to be with Belle, the novel's protagonist, Rosianna made her suffer by manipulating the young man, and only regretted it at the moment of her death. Returning to reality, the girl warns Kadim that the full moon will soon rise, and on the day the Marquis leaves, he must escape. Rosianna returns to the estate and, while climbing the stairs, notices one of the Marquis's maids. The girl tells our heroine that Schwarlen is resting in his chambers after the experiments and ordered that no one be allowed to see him. The girl smiles politely, saying that in that case she will greet the Marquis tomorrow morning. As Rosianna heads to her room, she casts a thoughtful glance at the maid. After all, there are no people in this mansion who have memories. Schwarlen Ebenheiter is a former paladin and one of the Empire's war heroes, but at the same time, he is a madman and the main antagonist of this novel. He has control over divine power and incredible magic that combines the forces of light and darkness. As a paladin, Schwarlen was used to following his desires. He studied several forbidden books related to poisons, curses, and oblivion, and to hide this fact, he took away the memories of all the servants. Of course, he did the same with Rosianna, but in the end, he was unable to deprive the girl of her memory, and our heroine does not understand why he continues to care about her. Rosianna can't help but remember the most terrible dark magic that Schwarlen ever touched. One night, our heroine noticed a bright red glow coming from the Marquis's room. The door was ajar, and Rosianna, unable to resist her curiosity, decided to cautiously look inside. The glow was so bright that at first she didn't understand what was happening there. However, the next moment, the girl felt that she had stepped on something, and lowering her eyes, she saw someone's hand. Horrified, Rosianna immediately jumped back, screaming piercingly. Sitting on the floor, our heroine finally saw what filled almost the entire room of the marquise. The floor was covered in blood, with many hands lying in it, and hundreds of disgusting insects crawling over them. Rosianna wanted to step back, but desperate fear gripped her body, not allowing her to move a finger. At that moment, our heroine heard a familiar voice calling her name. The marquise calmly asked why Rosianna was not sleeping, and the girl noticed that the pupils in his eyes had doubled and turned red, and one eye had turned completely black. Schwerlin's tone remained as calm as he was, as he gently chided his daughter for not entering someone else's room without knocking. Rosianna could not utter a word, watching the marquise's eyes with horror. Our heroine guessed that Schwerlin was experimenting with the spirit of death, placing souls into the corpses of people and monsters. But this method of gaining immortality was considered forbidden. The Marquis asked Rosianna if she was afraid of him after what she had seen here. Gathering her strength, our heroine smiled and said that she was not afraid, because he was still the same Marquis as before. Schwerlin looked at Rosianna carefully, wanting to understand her true feelings. The girl lied to him, because later she would not be able to recover so easily from what she saw. The very next day, Rosianna developed a fever, and the girl kept falling into restless sleep. In these dreams, she saw fragments and memories from her past life. They looked like separate pictures, reflected in shards of glass. Finally, Rosianna woke up and, sitting up abruptly in bed, could not come to her senses for a long time. After that day, Schwerlin no longer tried to hide his hobbies from the girl. In his room, our heroine also saw numerous stuffed animals, and the remains of all sorts of monsters and people that the Marquis used for experiments. However, Rosianna is forced to pretend that nothing happened, and this tires her out greatly. When Schwerlin let his guard down, our heroine easily got the key to the basement under the pretext of studying. Moreover, her lifestyle had not changed, and by the evening, the surveillance had noticeably weakened. Then Rosianna went to her bed, wanting to take one important ingredient with her. She specially hid under her pillow a plant with blue petals that emitted a mesmerizing magical light. Careful preparation for Kadim's escape took our heroine a lot of time. As night falls, Rosianna goes to the tower where the Marquis is keeping the boy. Hearing a soft metallic creak, Kadim immediately opens his eyes. Holding a bag with necessary things in her hands, Rosianna hurries Kadim, telling him that it is time for him to leave. However, for some reason, the boy does not follow her, and our heroine cannot understand what is going on. Noticing his wary look, Rosianna smiles, saying that everything is fine. She proudly shows Kadim the blue petals of the tartar mushrooms that she managed to steal from the basement. The girl is going to add them to her food, thus wanting to scare off the guards. If these mushrooms are picked and left unattended for a few days, they will bloom, and if such a flower is eaten, a person will fall asleep, mistakenly taking this dream for reality. Rosianna realizes that the boy doesn't trust her, but she manages to convince him to go with her. Our heroes manage to escape from the tower, and they stop only when they reach the edge of the forest. Kadim tries to take off his collar, and noticing this, Rosianna hurries to help him. However, having freed himself from the shackles, the boy still does not leave, which greatly surprises our heroine, because he himself tried to escape several times. Rosianna guesses that Kadim is staying here, wanting to tell her something. The girl gives him food and a map of the empire, saying that he will have to go to the place marked on it and ask for help there. Kadim takes the card in his hands and timidly asks if Rosianna will go with him. After thinking for a moment, our heroine says that she also wants to leave, but not now. Much time will pass, but Rosianna is sure that they will definitely meet again and asks Kadim to promise that he will wait for her when he returns home. Hearing these words and seeing the girl's outstretched little finger, Kadim freezes for a moment in surprise. However, after a moment's hesitation, he extends his little finger, promising to wait for Rosianna. When Kadim was imprisoned in the tower, he spent most of his time in darkness. He suffered greatly, feeling endless hunger and pain that did not allow him to relax. In addition, Kadim was haunted by the disgusting smell of blood, which drove him crazy. It was during one of these terrible moments that he met Rosianna. Looking up, he could barely make out the silhouette of a black-haired girl in a smart dress. The girl smiled affably, and this smile was calming, concealing compassion, determination, and love. Looking into Rosianna's eyes, Kadim realized that he could trust this child. Our heroine watches the fleeing Kadim with a worried look. When he is out of sight, the girl sighs with relief, thinking that the Marquise will return at dawn. Rosianna has a plan, so now all she has to do is buy time. Schwarlen returns home at the appointed hour, but our heroine managed to carry out her plan. The servant informs the Marquise that something happened to his daughter while he was away. Rosianna cries bitterly, wiping away her tears with her bandaged hands and saying that she is very sorry. Seeing the girl in such a state, Schwarlen tensed up, not understanding what was going on. The servant informs the Marquis that he found Rosianna unconscious near the tower, and at that moment, Schwarlen roughly grabs him by the collar of his vest. With one easy movement, the Marquis throws the young man aside. Rosianna didn't expect such a reaction from her adoptive father, and it makes the girl freeze in fear. The next moment, Schwarlen grabs our heroine's hand with force. He looks at Rosianna with concern, asking her to tell him who hurt his daughter. The girl bashfully lowers her eyes, saying that in fact she wanted to make a gift for her dad. The boy told her that he knew about flowers, and she opened the door of the cage because she wanted to gather them together. But he escaped. After apologizing, Rosianna hands the Marquise a small bouquet she had collected for him. Schwarlen consoles the girl, saying that nothing terrible happened, but he is sorry that Rosianna was hurt. However, instead of taking the bouquet, the Marquis seems to suck the life force out of it. For a moment, Rosianna thinks that Schwarlen's regret is sincere, but she can't trust him, knowing what he does. Waking up the next morning, our heroine looks closely at her hands. They don't hurt at all, and all the wounds she inflicted on herself with the thorny bush have healed. But this is not surprising, because Schwarler treated her with expensive medicines and holy water. Rosianna involuntarily recalls the expression on the Marquise's face at the moment when he was treating her hands. It makes her feel uneasy, but she can't shake the feeling that Schwarler looked like he wanted to get rid of the scratches on the toy. However, she is glad that her adoptive father is obsessed with her and is not looking for Kadim. After getting dressed, Rosianna wants to leave the room, but for some reason, the doors won't open. The next moment, a maid enters the girl's room, informing her that it is not yet time for the meal. The girl wants to go for a walk, but the maid does not let her go, saying that the Marquis is still working, and he wanted Rosianna to wait for him here. After that night, Schwarlen forbade his daughter to walk even inside the mansion, and our heroine can only leave her room in his presence. Looking out the window, Rosianna remembers that, according to the events of the novel, Schwarlen must soon leave the house, but she does not know whether she will be allowed to leave her room then. Despite our heroine's fears, the Marquise put her in a cage and only took her out of the mansion occasionally. After 7 years, Rosianna celebrated her 12th birthday. The maid called our heroine to eat, but the girl was thinking that she would like to go for a walk. Having placed dishes of food in front of Rosianna, the maid asks her if she likes today's dishes. The girl eats with obvious reluctance, because she has completely lost her appetite due to the fact that she cannot go outside. Suddenly, Rosianna realizes that the maids have never asked her such questions before. She asks the girl what caused such interest, and the maid says that she only wanted to know if Rosianna liked the food. This question made the girl confused, but our heroine understands that if someone else hears a similar question, he will immediately understand that oblivion has fallen. Rosianna doesn't understand why oblivion started to disappear, but she finds it strange. These thoughts do not give her peace, and the girl abruptly gets up from the table, forgetting about the remaining food. Suddenly, Schwarlen began taking Rosianna out for walks more and more often, and at some point, he disappeared altogether. After a few months, the Marquise's absence was noticed by his cousins, and rumors of Schwarlen's death spread very quickly. The Marquise's funeral was held without a corpse, and Rosianna had to attend this strange ceremony. Upon seeing the girl, the invited guests recognized her as the very child to whom the Marquise was very attached. However, contrary to their expectations, Rosianna turned out to be completely different from Schwarlen. Our heroine hears perfectly well how these people discuss her, but does not show it. However, in the opinion of adults, the role of head of the family cannot be entrusted to an illegitimate child. Rosianna was indeed an orphan, and the orphanage where she grew up was a place where quality products were produced. Once a year, the director of this institution handed over strong and healthy children to slave traders. Rosianna was sold at auction when she was 5 years old, and it was Schwarlen who bought her. In any case, our heroine had no intention of fighting for the role of head of the family, because in fact the Marquise is not even dead. However, Rosianna managed to get very far with almost no effort. The girl looks around hopefully, hoping to spot one special guest in the crowd. Suddenly, our heroine hears someone's low voice addressing her. This man expresses regret over the death of her father, and Rosianna recognizes in him her lucky chance to escape. The girl greets the Duke of Cartel Blancourt with a graceful bow. His Highness was her father's best friend, but he notices that Rosianna is not at all like the Marquise. He was also lonely as a child, and according to the cartel, after Schwarlen's death, greedy hyenas claiming the inheritance will not be long in coming. Sighing sadly and lowering her eyes, our heroine admits that the Duke is right. Understanding the girl's feelings, Cartel asks if there is anything he can do to help her. This question makes Rosianna think, because in fact, the cartel can actually help her. After a moment of confusion, our heroine makes up her mind and asks the Duke to take her to his mansion. This is her chance, because in the original story, His Highness saved Rosianna from the cruel treatment of her cousins. Rosianna realizes that such a request sounds shameless, and the Duke asks why she asks him for such a favor. The cartel does not understand why he should take with him a girl he sees for the first time in his life. Rosianna's request probably came too suddenly, and now she found herself in a very awkward situation. However, the girl decides to resort to trickery and offers the Duke a deal, wanting to make it so that he cannot refuse her. Duke Cartel arrives home, where the young man is met on the threshold by Evania Asher, his sister. The girl looks sad, gently reproaching her brother for his long absence. On the way, she received news that the Duke was at the Marquise's funeral, but Cartel does not hear Evania's words. Taking Rosianna in his arms, he carefully carries her out of the carriage, because she stumbled when she got into it. Seeing the girl and assessing her brother's behavior, Evania is very surprised, but quickly pulls herself together and invites them into the house. The first thing the Duke does is ask the butler where his sons, Rachel and Joshua, are now. The butler says that Rachel left for the academy 2 weeks ago, and Joshua is currently training. Hearing these names, Rosianna involuntarily shudders, because the Duke's sons were one of the reasons why she had to come to the cartel's mansion. Rachel and Joshua are the main characters of the original work, and in the future, our heroine is destined to die at the hands of Rachel. However, the cartel itself, of course, does not even suspect this yet. His Highness asks a servant named Tanya to help Rosianna settle in, since she will now be living here. Tanya greets the little miss warmly, wanting to take her to her room. Left alone with her brother, Evania asks why Cartel brought Schwarlen's daughter to the mansion. She is indignant, not understanding what her brother was thinking when he made such a decision. But the Duke says that otherwise, Rosianna would have been eaten alive by greedy relatives. However, Evania is not touched by Rosianna's fate, because her brother left, entrusting her to the care of his 2 children, helping his sister only with money. She suspects that the Duke brought the girl only because she looks like Heston. However, seeing how upset her brother was to hear this suggestion, and glancing at Hestana's portrait, Evania immediately apologizes, saying that she is very sorry. Tanya offers Rosianna some hot tea, and the girl warmly thanks the maid for her care. Tanya asks our heroine to contact her if she has any questions or needs anything. The girl decides to ask her first question, and asks the maid to tell her about the Duke's children. According to Tanya, the Duke's eldest son, Rachel, is straightforward but sweet, but Joshua, on the contrary, is very hot-tempered, and therefore, Rosianna should be careful with him. Now he is training outside, and Rosianna wants to say hello to him, but Tanya dissuades our heroine, noticing that during training the boy does not let anyone near him. However, the girl still wants to meet Joshua, because up until this point, she had neither friends her age nor freedom of action. Rosianna watches the Duke of Cartel's youngest son from a nearby tree. Joshua swings his sword with concentration, unaware of our heroine's presence, allowing her to get a good look at the boy. Rosianna mentally compares this child to the character described in the original novel. However, at some point, the branch under her hand makes a treacherous crunch, and Joshua immediately looks back. He approaches the tree, and Rosianna freezes in fear, hoping that Joshua will not notice her and pass by. At that moment, the girl's hand slips from the branch, and, unable to hold on, she falls down. Joshua reacts instantly, putting his sword to the little stranger's throat. He looks at Rosianna with bewilderment, not understanding who she is and where she came from. Realizing that her plan has failed, our heroine reveals that her name is Rosie, and Joshua assumes that she is the new servant at their estate. He grabs the girl by the hair with force, and she screams piercingly from the sharp pain. Without losing her composure, Rosianna also pulls the boy's hair, and he threatens to kill her. However, he was the first to pull our heroine by the hair, and besides, she is not a servant at all, and was brought here by the Duke himself. Taking advantage of Joshua's confusion, Rosianna hits him on the arm. Screaming in pain, the boy instantly pulls his hand away and involuntarily leans to the side. Rosie jumps to her feet and runs away, leaving an angry Joshua alone. Watching her go, Joshua wonders why his father brought this girl to the estate. The next morning, Rosianna goes to breakfast, driven by intense hunger. Suddenly, she runs into Joshua, and this meeting does not please our heroine at all. The boy immediately starts screaming, blaming Rosie for what happened last night. However, at that moment, his father appears in the corridor, deciding to find out what Joshua is talking about. The boy immediately falls silent and, breaking into a sweet smile, wishes the Duke good morning. Rosianna eats her first breakfast in this house, in the company of His Highness's family. She looks closely at Joshua, thinking about how she can become friends with him, because following the plot, Rosie must understand the reason for the boy's behavior. The Duke introduces our heroine to his son, saying that she is the daughter of the late Marquis of Ebenheiter, and since he is 2 years older than the girl, he should take care of her. To Rosianna's surprise, Joshua agrees to his father's request with a smile. Also, until Rosie enters the academy, she will need a mentor who will teach her everything. The Duke asks his sister to tell the girl about the rules of etiquette, but Ivinia says that it is not difficult at all, and therefore they are in no hurry. Once the cartel resolves the issue of Rosianna's guardianship papers, he will travel to the Duchy of Hamel, which greatly surprises Ivinia, as she did not know that her brother had found a way to cure Hestana. However, the Duke's expression makes the girl shut up and sigh sadly. Joshua is saddened to hear this news, but does not say a word. Rosie notices the boy's reaction, but the Duke's imminent departure does not surprise her, since this event was described in the original novel. The late Duchess of Heston was the princess of these lands, although in reality she is not dead, but sealed. Rosianna remembers the day she offered the cartel a deal. She told the Duke that she could lift the curse from the Duchess, and these words struck His Highness to the depths of his soul. Everyone knows that Heston is dead, but Rosianna knows that this is not really true. The cartel asks our heroine to shut up, not understanding who told her this nonsense. Schwarlin knew that Heston was not dead, but cursed, but the Duke found this suspicious, and besides, he found it hard to believe that a little girl could lift such a curse. Rosianna confesses to the cartel that the Marquis practiced black magic, specializing in curses and oblivion. His Highness asks the girl if she knows how dangerous it is for a former paladin to practice such magic. The girl understands that if anyone found out about this, Schwarlin would immediately be stripped of his title of Marquis, and she, in turn, would have been executed as his child. But Rosie convinces the Duke that she can remove curses. That's why she offers such a deal at her own risk, begging the cartel not to leave her here. His Highness thinks hard, but eventually agrees to accept Rosianna's terms. However, our heroine now realizes that the cartel is going to the Duchy of Hamel because they don't trust her. At this point, Rosie notices that Joshua is very unhappy that his father is leaving again. His fist clenches involuntarily, and the girl notices that Joshua's hand is covered with numerous wounds. She doesn't understand where they came from, but she decides to find out at all costs. As Joshua leaves the dining room, Rosianna follows him, wanting to question the boy. She hadn't noticed the wounds on his hands before, and, strangely, they didn't look like ordinary scratches at all. However, Joshua forbids Rosie from touching him, quickly pulling his hand away. He doesn't consider Rosianna a member of his family, and when her father leaves for Hamel, no one will care about her. And if our heroine values her life, she should stay away from Joshua. Rosianna is kept awake by the worrying thoughts of Joshua's anger. However, at that moment, the expression on his face looked like he was about to cry. In the original novel, Joshua Blanchard was a unique idiot and asshole who had nothing aristocratic about him. He was always in the shadow of his brother, and later went completely mad after touching a holy relic and killing his father, as well as Viscount Portman. Rosianna asks Tanya if she can attend classes with Joshua. The maid promises to find out about this, noting that now the Confucianism lessons are taught by Viscount Portman, whom the boy loves very much. Our heroine realizes that something must have happened to Viscount Portman. When all the flowers are in bloom, there will be a birthday party for the first prince and a banquet in honor of the second. But it will be a long time before Rosie can influence the plot and meet the main characters. And until then, she has a lot to do. The next morning, the girl comes to the library, wanting to strengthen her knowledge of magical science. She is very sorry for the time she wasted watching Schwarlin. With his artifacts and magic scrolls, she could succeed in a short time. After all, even in order to break the seal, you need to be able to freely use magic. While walking down the hallway with her books and thinking about her skills, Rosie suddenly hears someone's voices. She recognizes the voice of Joshua, who is talking to a man who reproaches him for not being at all like Rachel. It turns out to be Viscount Portman, convincing the boy that Joshua can only compare to Rachel in heart, and therefore he is able to cope with this problem. However, the mentor says he is very disappointed in his student. The next moment, the Viscount hits Joshua hard on the hand with a wooden pointer. Seeing this, Rosie freezes in horror, because Joshua is still just a child. However, the boy only apologizes to his mentor, saying that he will try harder in the future. At this moment, the study room is filled with streams of magical energy. They encircle the Viscount's legs like fetters, preventing him from taking a single step. With a loud gasp, Portman stumbles, dropping the cup of tea he had been drinking during class. The cup and its contents fall onto the fallen Viscount, but he cannot understand how this could have happened. Blushing with shame, the Viscount tells Joshua that their classes are over for the day, and the boy meekly agrees. Stepping out into the corridor, Joshua looks around carefully, because before the Viscount fell, he heard some strange sound. The boy quickly finds Rosie sitting behind a column, clutching her heart. Joshua is not at all happy to see her, and our heroine asks why he didn't tell Portman anything. Rosianna tries to get up, but at that moment she becomes really ill and falls on Joshua. Picking up the girl in his arms, Joshua tries to call for help, but no one hears him. Rosie asks the boy not to scream, saying that she will feel better if she gets a good night's sleep. She only asks to be taken to her room and helped to lie down on the bed. Rosianna falls asleep, and the first thing she dreams of is the Viscount hitting Joshua with a pointer. Crimson abrasions cover not only the boy's arms, but also his legs. But Portman is confident that he is disciplining Joshua for his own good. In this dream, Rosie seems to be observing herself and everything that is happening from the outside. Seeing how the Viscount is crippling Joshua, the girl decides to call one of the maids for help, but no one hears her words. Rosie didn't want to pry into things that weren't her business, and perhaps it was her curiosity that was causing it. Joshua hates her, and our heroine's opinion doesn't matter to anyone. However, this is not the case at all, because her heart strives for a completely different desire. Rosianna chose a different path, because she doesn't want to be hated. At that moment, the girl hears the red-haired woman behind her say that they are no different from each other. Her appearance makes Rosie open her eyes and break out of this disturbing dream. Sitting up on the bed, she tries to understand why her heart sank again, just like the time she first used magic in the Marquise's residence. And suddenly, Rosianna notices Joshua sleeping peacefully next to her bed. He did help her after all, and the girl gently touches Joshua, reminding herself that he is only cute when he is sleeping. Opening his eyes, the boy jumps up in indignation, but Rosie politely thanks him for his help. Joshua was clearly excited, because he did not expect that our heroine would remember this episode. He is very ashamed and tries to convince Rosianna that he will never worry about her. Rosie asks Joshua to give her his hand, but the boy does not understand why she needs it. However, he gives in to her, and our heroine carefully examines the abrasions on his hand. Rosianna takes out a dark blue bottle with some liquid from her box. This bottle contains holy water, known for its healing properties. After carefully treating one hand, Rosie asks Joshua to offer the other. To the girl's surprise, he did not resist, and then timidly asked if Rosianna knew how to use magic. Rosie answers this question in the affirmative, not understanding what is wrong with it. But these words infuriate Joshua. All living things are born with mana, but most of them do not even feel its flow, let alone know how to manage it. This is why Joshua is convinced that having magic is a talent, and Rosie understands that the boy must be very interested in magic. Joshua believes that a person who uses magic can become strong in an instant, just like his brother. However, Rosie says that she thinks Joshua is strong even without magic, because she noticed it on the very first day they met. There wouldn't be calluses on his palms if he hadn't tried hard during training. But according to Joshua, everyone is capable of swinging a sword, and there is nothing special about this skill. But Rosianna disagrees, as she admires hard work and thinks that Joshua's efforts are a great talent in themselves. The boy freezes in surprise, because all his life he has been a complete disappointment to everyone around him. He could never match his brother, and in Portman's opinion, hard work will never beat talent. Joshua always agreed with these words, clenching his fists painfully in resentment. But Rosie's words seemed to him to be healing, just like the holy water with which she had relieved his painful abrasions a few minutes ago. A few days later, our heroine noticed the first positive changes in Joshua's character. All this time, Rosianna supported and praised him during training. Besides, she didn't notice the similarity with the original, because Joshua didn't become a nerd. Yes, he still speaks to our heroine quite rudely, but his actions betray his good intentions. Entering the library with a bag of cookies, Joshua was embarrassed, saying that he had not brought the treat for Rosie at all. The library simply seemed like the perfect place to grab a bite to eat, and upon hearing these words, our heroine smiled warmly, asking Joshua to come here more often. A headache prevents Rosianna from concentrating on studying the next magical work. Noticing a formula for protective magic in the book, Joshua points it out to Rosie. The girl is very surprised, because she had no idea that Joshua knew so much about magic. She suggests that he would like to be a mage rather than a swordsman, and the boy agrees, saying that fencing can never compare to magic. Rosianna strokes Joshua's head affectionately, ignoring his indignation. She asks him not to rush, because everyone learns at a different pace, and by learning more slowly, he will be able to absorb more of the benefits of others. Rosie really wants Joshua's personality to develop and be resilient, so she suggests that he become the best swordsman in the Empire using aura. However, Joshua reminds the girl that he is still a child. He is not a swordmaster and is not fit for such a title. But Rosianna counters him by saying that it is the effort that matters, not the winning or losing, and no one has the right to laugh at other people's efforts. These words confuse Joshua, and, wanting to distract Rosianna, he puts a cookie in her mouth. Joshua furtively wipes away his tears, and our heroine realizes that he is just a child with a tender heart who was hurt by simple words, and therefore he constantly belittles himself. Rosie wants to go with Joshua to the Viscount's next lesson, and he says he doesn't care, thereby expressing his consent. From the very beginning, the Viscount compared him to his older brother and always scolded him. Joshua believes this is because he is not living up to expectations. Only Portman can guide him on the right path. But Rosianna notices that the boy says these words as if he is hypnotized. She calls out loudly for Joshua, and when she finally gets his attention, the boy can't remember what he just said. To the Viscount's surprise, his student comes to the next lesson in the company of Rosie. After introducing herself, the girl politely greets Portam, noting that she has heard that he is a very good teacher, and therefore she also wants to take lessons from him. These words flattered the Viscount, and, clearing his throat, he was about to begin his lesson. In this lesson, Portman tells his students that their empire is stronger than any other country because it is a blessed land, beloved by the god La Mierda. However, outside the empire, people worship beasts or mythical dragons, forgetting about the existence of the main god. And sometimes they even worship monsters whose danger is hard to imagine. The Viscount asks Joshua what he would do if these people dared to set foot on their lands. After thinking for a moment, the boy says that if they come to the lands of the Empire, they will have to pay for it with their lives. Portman claps his hands happily, praising his student for learning the lesson so well. Rosie can't help but feel indignant as she realizes that the Viscount is teaching Joshua complete nonsense. Meanwhile, Portman says that a good teacher will never skimp on praise, and as a reward for the correct answer, he gives Joshua 3 strange candies. When the lesson ends, Rosianna asks the boy what kind of candy it is. However, Joshua says that these are not just sweets, but a special prize, because they taste sweeter than any fruit in the world. Rosie looks closely at the candies, which greatly embarrasses Joshua. He blushes, not realizing that our heroine is interested in these candies not at all because of their taste. However, Joshua shares one candy with the girl, and during the next lesson, she manages to steal 2 more. Rosie hopes that these are just regular caramels, but decides to check them out anyway. A mixture of mana stone powder and holy water removes dark magic, and if the candies glow during this test, they are enchanted. Rosianna begins the experiment and is eager to see the results as soon as possible. The next moment, to the girl's horror, the candies begin to glow bright red. The girl decides to tell the Duke everything and hurries to his office. Cartel asks how Rosie is doing in the mansion, and our heroine says that thanks to his care, she is comfortable here. After this, His Majesty asks how the lessons with the Viscount are going, and Rosianna speaks with great praise of Joshua's efforts. The Duke is happy with his son's success, but Portman constantly insists that Joshua is not capable of doing what Rachel can do. Rosie takes her handkerchief out of her pocket, noticing that the Viscount gives Joshua a candy for each correct answer. She holds out the handkerchief with the enchanted candies closer to the Cartel. The Duke looks closely at one of the candies, and it takes him a few seconds to sense that something is wrong. Wide-eyed in surprise, Cartel asks Rosianna who gave her the candy. Leaving His Highness's office, our heroine is mentally glad that she immediately noticed the enchanted candies. Portman approached Duke Cartel with astonishing fearlessness. If the Viscount got involved with Joshua, it would do more harm than good, so there had to be someone behind all this. The Duke tells his sister that the Viscount is using Joshua, and Ivinia reproaches herself for having so rarely thought about her nephew's welfare. Cartel also blames himself for spending so little time with his son, repeating the same mistake he made with Hestana. Either way, he will have to do further investigation to find out the details. These sweets have almost no smell, but the Duke manages to discern the aroma of nif leaves, which were used several years ago by traders in the slave market. They grow in the lands of ethnic minorities, and the smell or eating of these shoots can make even an adult human become a devoted dog. The Viscount immediately realized that it would be very difficult for him to get close to Rachel, the Duke's eldest son, and so he chose the weaker link, Joshua, deciding to play on his shortcomings. Anyone who can use Joshua to overthrow Blancourt will have a great deal to gain, and the Cartel believes the Empress is behind all of these atrocities. Evnia does not understand why her brother suspects the Empress. The Cartel says that Her Majesty wants to make the first Prince Emperor, but Blancourt does not support this position, and that is why she wanted to make Joshua a puppet of the court. Evnia notes that among the Emperor's children, there is no one who would dare to stand in the way of the first prince, and perhaps the one she thought was a cat was actually a lion cub. But, be that as it may, Evnia cannot believe that the first prince could touch young Joshua. When an orphanage was discovered trafficking in children, the prince gave subsidies to temples that were enemies of the imperial family and created a home for children who had nowhere to go. Moreover, despite the discrimination against minorities, he was always for the people of the empire. However, the Duke asks his sister not to be influenced by emotions, because, be that as it may, the imperial family forgets that they should not touch the Blancourt family. Viscount Portman is riding in his carriage, thinking that the medicine in the candies seems to be working well, which means that his life will soon get better. After all, it was not for nothing that the Empress entrusted this task to him, noting that the Viscount's intelligence and courage were unmatched. Of course, he always dreamed of becoming famous and taking a higher position. And high-quality performance of this work will provide Portman with a carefree and well-fed life for the rest of his days. The Viscount is thinking about the report he needs to give to the Empress, when suddenly his carriage comes to an abrupt stop. Opening the door, Portman looks out of the carriage, and seeing the Duke of Blancourt, realizes with horror that now he will have to forget about a carefree and happy life. Barely containing his rage, Cartel waits for the Viscount to justify his actions. However, Portman tries to convince His Highness that he has misunderstood everything. The Viscount was afraid that sooner or later he might be caught, and shared his concerns with the Empress. He knew that it was quite dangerous to get involved with the Blancourt family, because they were the founding family that overthrew the first tyrant emperor, and each of their descendants was endowed with a magical gift from birth. They are untouchable even for the emperor, and if the Viscount is caught, he will be killed immediately. However, the empress did not ask Portman to kill young Joshua. And besides, this generation is weaker than its ancestors, and the Duke does not often visit his mansion. And even if the Viscount is caught, the empress promised that she will not leave him in trouble. She hands her accomplice a special gem that will help the empress understand exactly when Portman is in danger. Having drawn a magical seal in the air, Duke Blancourt says that he could not even imagine that a rat had appeared in his house. The Viscount's body is paralyzed by unbearable pain, and he groans dully, gritting his teeth. Stepping on Portman's hand, the Duke demands to reveal the name of the person who sent him to spy on the Blancourt family. But the Viscount says he was just doing what he was told and begs the Empress to come to his aid. However, no one responds to these desperate pleas, and Portman understands that this is the end. At this moment, the stone on Empress Sylvia Elassie's ring shines bright blue. She suspects what happened, but is not going to do anything. Sir Robert, who was accompanying Her Majesty, became worried when he noticed that Sylvia had suddenly turned very pale. But the Empress says that everything is fine, and he has nothing to worry about. Having excited all the courtiers gathered around, two small children run up to Her Majesty. Sir Robert doesn't want to let them in, but Sylvia asks him to leave the kids alone. Approaching the Empress, the children say that they wanted to give Her Majesty a gift. Mother said that everything they have is thanks to the Empress, and therefore they want the path of their ruler to be forever illuminated by the sunlight. Smiling warmly, Sylvia accepts the bouquets and thanks the children. A little later, when the Empress and Sir Robert are riding in a carriage, Her Majesty is amazed at the childish innocence. She believes this is because they have pure, transparent, and natural mana. The Empress's gaze falls on the ring with the magic stone, and, as if answering her own thoughts, she notices that it is sad. One way or another, there will be a lavish banquet at the Imperial Palace very soon, and she will be busy. The Duke tells Joshua and Rosianna what Viscount Portman was really up to. Joshua felt very sorry, because he could not even imagine that the Viscount had deliberately gotten close to him. However, Cartel has no intention of scolding his son, although he cannot understand why Joshua tolerated Portman's insults even before he started giving him candy. With his head down, Joshua says that he can't handle mana, and his swordsmanship isn't even comparable to his older brother's little finger. He wanted to become stronger and be a worthy son of his father, and therefore did not contradict the Viscount. Cartel gently strokes his son's head, saying that he is already strong enough. The Duke was rarely home, not to mention he was a poor father, not paying enough attention to Joshua. But now Cartel is asking his son for forgiveness, for not letting him be a child. Barely holding back tears, Joshua hugs his father tightly. Rosianna watches this sweet family scene with a joyful smile. After calming Joshua down, Duke Blancourt says that someone else will now be in charge of their education. In addition, from this moment on, he will look after his son and adopted daughter himself, and will not let anyone harm them. The Cartel is willing to find them more teachers if they want to continue studying together, and Joshua says he's fine with that. Our heroine is very surprised by such an answer, and, noticing her look, Joshua immediately becomes embarrassed. The Duke watches the children with a gentle smile, happy that they were able to find a common language. At this point, Rosianna asks if she can learn magic, but the Duke didn't know that she could handle mana. Joshua wants to tell his father about Rosie using mana the other day, but our heroine quickly shuts him up, saying that she would like to improve her skills. After thinking for a moment, the Duke promises to help Rosianna, but not right now. After all, in 10 days he will have to attend a banquet at the Imperial Palace. On the eve of the banquet, Rosianna opens her special suitcase with magical potions. In the original, all the serious stuff starts after she enters the academy, but the banquet is also a key event in the story. This is where the main characters will meet, and our heroine must manage to do something. This is the only chance to slow down the growing corruption in the Second Prince, and so Rosianna must prepare a gift for him. Having opened the elegant bottle with the potion, our heroine turns from a sweet little girl into a beautiful young woman. Using the scroll of movement, Rosianna teleports outside the Blancourt estate. Now she just needs to get to one secret place where she can bring her idea to life. Pressed against the stone wall, the girl closes her eyes from fatigue. She didn't think she would be able to use the movement scroll inside the Duke's mansion, and on top of that, she was scolded for hanging around near the front door. However, the growth potion only lasts for 3 hours, so Rosianna must hurry. Having reached the central city square, our heroine winds through narrow alleys and finally reaches her goal. A girl enters a restaurant that popular rumor has dubbed a haven for travelers. Having sat down at the table, Rosianna casts an attentive glance at both the shabby interior of the establishment and the obliging waiter who is groveling before her. After looking at the menu, the girl says that it is rather mediocre, and today she wants something special. To the waiter's surprise, Rosie declares that she would be quite satisfied with the elf's tears. With a polite nod and a smile, the young man notes that such a dish is not on their menu, but he asks the guest to wait a little. The Traveler's Haven is a resting place for weary travelers, and also a secret guild place, as well as a repository of quality goods and information. According to the plot, it was here that the main character got into serious trouble. Suddenly, Rosianna hears someone's rough, low voice calling her name. A couple of unprepossessing representatives of the local contingent want to keep such a beauty company. One of the robbers suddenly grabs Rosie's hand. Noticing that such thin and delicate hands are more suitable for an aristocrat than a sorceress, our heroine asks to leave her alone, but the drunkards only burst into loud laughter. However, the next moment, one of the guys feels someone hit him hard on the head. Rubbing the bruised area, he blames his own friend for it. But a second later, invisible punishment overtakes the second guy. The robbers begin to quarrel, blaming each other and forgetting about Rosianna's existence. Our heroine foresaw something like this, and therefore prepared protective artifacts for this sortie in advance. The girl's guardian ghost does not look very attractive, but it is very effective in action. The ghost is made of transparent teratoma mucus and is visible only to the owner of the artifact. However, Rosie notices that the waiter who appears also seems to see her keeper. Smiling affably, the young man says that the restaurant's chef would like to see Rosianna. Our heroine follows the waiter down the stairs, and he asks the girl who told her about this place. A little embarrassed, Rosie says that she learned about it from her close friend. However, this seems rather strange to the waiter, because the Emperor himself still does not know the new password, which means that there has been an information leak. Rosianna notes that the large number of visitors must be to their advantage, but the young man objects to her, saying that they are valued precisely for their secrecy and awareness. Our heroine enters a spacious and richly decorated office, where she is greeted by the Supreme Teneb. Rosie wants to get straight to the point, and her interlocutor is only glad about this, because the Emperor stands above them all, but he is not a ruler or a god, but a simple client. Rosianna understands that this is a lie, because unfair deals are never made here. She knows this very well because Li Jia is one of the main characters who helps to defile the prince. In addition, Jaliet Liego is the successor of Marquis Liego, an 8th Circle Archmage and a Mage Lord, for whom working with clients has always been a simple hobby. According to the plot, Princess Freya turns to him for help, but he offers it to Jaliet in return. However, Jaliet himself does not think so, realizing that the princess clearly underestimates him. The fallen princess can repay him in full, although she herself does not know it yet. Jaliet takes the princess's trembling hand, presses it to her lips, and squeezes her hand with her fingers. He already knows the method by which she can melt the heart of the icy Blancourt. The prince of the empire also wants to get his hands on the princess, and therefore she is worth much more than she thinks, and Jaliet himself wants her to give him her heart. As a result, the fallen princess, driven by curiosity, drove herself into a dead end. Back to reality, Rosianna says that there are only 2 things she would like from Li Jia. First of all, she needs the crystals growing around the hermetic tree in Hamel. Rubbing his chin, Jaliet says that it won't be easy, but our heroine is confident in his abilities. Then you will need to create 2 protective artifacts from these stones, and it does not matter what they look like. Secondly, Rosianna asks Jaliet to find out if the Empress and Viscount Portman ever met. After some thought, Li Jia agrees to fulfill Rosianna's requests. However, he is very interested in what she is willing to pay for their implementation. The girl hands him a package containing a hypnotic flower that can subjugate monsters with corrupted mana to the will of their master. Jaliet admits that the flower is quite valuable, but it alone will not be enough. Rosiana then lays out the jewels on Li Jie's table, asking him to choose what he likes, but not all at once. Hearing these words, the waiter rolls over, with barely restrained laughter. However, our heroine considers her payment quite worthy, because very few people know about the hypnotic flower. Jaliet rises from the table and kisses Rosiana's hand, saying that she is charming in her own way, and he makes a deal with her. But he doesn't immediately let go of her hand, and the girl realizes that Li Jia is memorizing her mana. Freeing her hand, Rosie asks Jaliet to focus on her request rather than on her personally. In addition, our heroine is worried by the fact that quite a lot of time has passed since taking the potion. Mana is like a fingerprint, and since Li Jia is sensitive to it, he can distinguish Rosiana from hundreds of people, even in the form of a child. But fortunately, the likelihood that they will collide on the street is extremely low. Jaliet promises to fulfill her client's request, but before leaving, the waiter gives our heroine a small gift. He places a ring on her finger, which allows Rosie to contact them anytime, anywhere. Smiling charmingly, the waiter asks our heroine to come here more often. A clone of Noah, Li Jia's waiter and servant, sees Rosiana off and returns to his master. Jaliet is surprised that Noah did not follow the girl, but the young man says that he has everything under control, and he and Li Jia already know everything. Noah touches his master, and at that moment, his body is enveloped in a black magical haze. Developing and flowing, it falls to the feet of the young man. And Noah notices that more complex riddles are much more interesting than simple ones. The magical haze transforms the young man's appearance, and smiling, he says that he does not need easy ways. Our heroine teleports home, happy that she finally managed to do everything she wanted before the growth potion wore off. Suddenly, the girl feels someone's strong hands grab her. Rosiana's eyes widen, and she sees Duke Cartel, who seemed to have been waiting for her there. The Duke notices that it is getting late and asks Rosie what she is doing there. Confused, the girl says that she just wanted to get some fresh air, but she herself finds it difficult to believe her own lie. However, the cartel does not ask her anything else, and Rosie returns to the mansion with him. Our heroine glances furtively at the Duke, languishing with awkwardness. The cartel believes that Rosiana actually wanted to escape from him. She is too smart for a little girl, and he finds it suspicious. A simple child would not have been able to leave the estate without being noticed by the guards. And if she had really been a stupid child, she would have tried the enchanted candies long ago. Rosie freezes in place in surprise, not knowing how to justify herself. However, Cartel says that if he decides to harm the duchy, he will not hesitate to kill her. Our heroine understands that she is in a very disadvantageous position, and she needs to fix it as soon as possible. Collecting her thoughts, Rosiana admits that her behavior may indeed have seemed suspicious, but she would never harm the duchy. The Duke admits that her behavior was indeed sincere when she promised to lift the curse from Histana and took care of Joshua. And Cartel is very grateful to Rosie for what she did for his son. It doesn't matter what secret she's hiding, because the Duke just wanted to thank our heroine. No matter how hard Cartel tried, he couldn't find a way to break the curse, so he wanted to be by Histana's side until the very end. But in pursuit of this desire, he forgot about more important matters. And so Rosiana ended up having to take care of Joshua instead of his own father. The Duke recognizes Rosie as part of the Blancourt family, and moreover, as the protector and head of this family, Cartel will trust and protect our heroine. He extends his hand to Rosiana, and the girl understands that the promise of absolute trust is stronger than any order, because it cannot be broken. She met many adults who behaved like children and did not admit their mistakes. However, the Duke realized his mistake in time and stayed here for Joshua. After shaking Cartel's hand, Rosie says that she is very glad that they met on the day of the Marquise's funeral. At that moment, vague memories of someone from her past life flashed through the girl's head. Rosiana promises the Duke to never betray him, because he is the only adult in this world she can trust. After the ball, she will tell him everything she knows, from the secrets of Schwarlin to the way to remove the curse from Histana. 10 days later, His Highness the Duke and his family will attend the imperial banquet. The guests greet Her Imperial Majesty Sylvia and her sons, the first and second princes. Noticing Duke Blancourt in the crowd of aristocrats, the Empress smiles at him affectionately. However, Cartel does not react to this smile, remaining cold and unperturbed. Meanwhile, Rosiana looks with interest at the second prince, Helaus Lafrancia Drago, a boy with golden hair and eyes. Helaus seems depressed to our heroine, despite the lavish reception. The empress greets the guests of the ball warmly, expressing gratitude for their visit and on behalf of His Imperial Majesty. Today, they celebrate the birthday of the first prince and the appointment of the second to the monster fighting squad. Rosie stares at Helas's face, wondering if he really has such a good command of mana, as that skill combined with the power of the royal blood should make him very strong. At this moment, the first prince, Alain Lafrance Drago, suddenly breaks his glass of champagne. All this talk has really gotten on his nerves, and he doesn't understand how much longer he can chatter, chewing over this topic. Turning to Helaus, Alain swings and wounds his brother's hand with the broken glass. Sharp shards of glass easily cut through the thin fabric of a shirt and rip open delicate skin. Alain grins maliciously, not understanding what kind of mana mastery everyone is talking about if Helaus is not able to heal even a small scratch. The prince believes that if his brother is not eaten by monsters, it will be a miracle, and Rosie becomes increasingly convinced that Alain has gone mad. The second prince is wounded, but no one calls for the knights or the doctor, or even says a word. Finally, the empress gently reproaches Alain, noting that one cannot speak like that about one's own brother. After all, thanks to the courage of the second prince, the inhabitants of the empire will be able to sleep peacefully. Kneeling down, Sylvia kisses Helaus on the forehead, wishing him luck. However, this wish does not seem to encourage the young prince in the least. Alain sits on the throne with a bored look, accepting gifts from the high-ranking guests of the banquet. The guests fawn over the prince, sincerely believing that it is worth it. Usually, balls are held in the small palace, but if the ball is held in the main hall, the emperor himself must open it, which means that he approved of today's ball. That's why everyone thinks that the first prince will soon take the throne, forgetting that this ball is also dedicated to his brother. However, Rosiana notes that the duke is also in the spotlight today, since he is no longer married and is quite young. Besides, his son Joshua doesn't have a fiancé yet. Noticing Rosie's intense gaze, the boy asks if she is worried. After thinking for a moment, Joshua remembers that sweets usually help with stress. He asks Rosiana to wait a little and goes off in search of something tasty. Our heroine realizes how much Joshua has changed since they first met. Rosie's thoughts are interrupted by the Duke, who invites the girl to dance with him. He himself doesn't really like the ball in honor of the princes, but his adopted daughter is attending such an event for the first time. This unexpected proposal makes Rosiana blush softly. She offers Cartel her hand, accepting his invitation. But at that moment, the girl's gaze falls on Helaus. He leaves the dance hall, and our heroine understands that she cannot miss such a chance. Slightly embarrassed, Rosiana says that she is a little nervous before the dance, and therefore she needs to clear her head a little first. Rosie, picking up her fluffy skirts, runs out of the hall after the second prince. The Duke watches the girl's rapidly retreating figure, and Avinia notices that her brother looks upset, although he doesn't even like dancing. His sister's words make Cartel think about his own feelings. However, his thoughts are interrupted by the Empress's servant, calling the Duke to come with him. After all, Her Majesty wishes to meet the head of the Blancourt family in person. The Duke is escorted to luxuriously decorated chambers, where the Empress awaits him. A gentle smile plays on Sylvia's lips, but Cartel came only to find out as quickly as possible what Her Majesty needs from him. The Empress does not answer the Duke's question, and, coming closer, carefully straightens his tie. Frowning, Cartel swats Sylvia's hand away with a sharp movement. Her Majesty continues to smile, noting that even when Histana was alive, she and the Duke had a very good time at balls, and she finds it hard to believe that his feelings have changed. Sylvia reaches out again and gently strokes Cartel's face, grabbing the Empress by the wrist. The Duke says that Her Majesty gives off a knife, a foul odor. Smiling, Her Majesty states that she does not understand what Cartel is talking about, but even the Blancourts are not allowed to communicate with the imperial family in this way. The Duke gives Sylvia her first and last warning, noting that her actions will have consequences. This sudden warning makes the Empress laugh. After all, as far as she knows, the Duke's children are fine, and a lot of time has passed since the Duchess's death. These words infuriate the Cartel, and he uses a magic seal, knocking Her Majesty off her feet. Sitting on her knees, The Empress reminds the Duke that her offer still stands. She wants Blancourt to work for her and stop looking back at his deceased wife, because Sylvia has the power to help the Duke meet with Hestana's soul. Turning away from the Empress, Cartel asks her to be silent. The Duke leaves, and Her Majesty looks after him with admiration. Running out into the street, Rosiana looks around in search of Helios. Suddenly, our heroine feels like someone has put a sword blade to her neck. Rosie freezes in fear as she hears the second prince ask who she is. The sharp steel easily leaves a thin cut on the skin, but Rosiana still tells Helios her name. She introduces herself as the adopted daughter of Duke Blancourt, and upon hearing these words, the prince sheathes his sword. Now, Rosiana can formally greet the second prince of the empire with a graceful bow. However, Helios ignores this courtesy, trying to understand why the girl was following him. There are no guards nearby, and if the prince were to kill someone now and throw them into the water, no one would know about it. Our heroine says that she has prepared a gift for Helios, because today's ball is not only in honor of the first prince. Rosiana hands the boy 2 gold ornaments with large, precious stones. She really hopes that Helios will like this gift and will not reject it. The second prince coldly remarks that Rosie is trying to appease the wrong person, and that it would be better to give it all to Alain. But our heroine objects to him, saying that she just wanted to do something nice for Helios. She especially wanted to give him this decoration with a honey-colored stone, similar to the prince's eyes. And Alain, who treats Helios so terribly, is not worthy of such valuable gifts. The second prince accepts the gift of jewelry and presses it to his chest. Rosie notes that these ornaments are protective artifacts with hidden powers, as the ice stone has cleansing properties. However, this property is different from the holy healing power and restores health after poisoning or a curse. Our heroine specially made 2 identical gifts so that Helios could give one of them to his mother. She is a nun at the church, and if it weren't for her holy power, the second prince's father wouldn't even pay attention to her. Although he considers the church an eyesore, he still needs sacred magic. And since this magic manifests itself in extremely stressful situations, Helios's father locked him and his mother in the tower until the power awakened. He was busy making preparations in case his expectations were not met, and at that time, Helios's mother, in whose body the imperial mana and holy power had collided, fell ill with an incurable disease. Her health is irreparably damaged, so the jewel will not cure her, but at least it will delay her death. An ordinary person would not be able to cope with 2 types of magic in the body, and therefore everyone thought that Helios would die. But the boy still managed to survive. By surviving, he passed the first test. But now the second prince will need to demonstrate his abilities on the battlefield without dying. Rosie's gaze falls on Helios's wound, and she gently touches it. A few seconds later, a neat bandage appears on the boy's arm, covering the cut. The prince does not understand why our heroine did this, but Rosiana says that she just wanted to relieve Helios of pain, because his wound is quite deep. The girl smiles warmly, hoping that this strange behavior won't make Helios decide to throw away her gift. However, this manifestation of care made the boy remember his unfortunate sick mother and her difficult fate. Rosiana feels awkward and asks permission to take her leave. However, Helios asks the girl to wait, suddenly touching her neck. The second prince uses his magic power, and thanks to this, the cut on Rosiana's neck instantly heals. Our heroine did not expect anything like this, and therefore this sudden manifestation of kindness surprised her very much. She thanks His Highness for his mercy, and after this, the prince allows her to leave. Left alone, Helios immediately removes the bandage from his hand. The boy throws it into the water, but bitter memories associated with his mother are once again resurrected in him. The prince remembered well her alarmed voice, which he heard the moment she noticed the blood on his face. At that time, he still lived with his mother in the tower, but he could do nothing about the feelings that tormented his heart. Helios's eyes were too similar to his father's eyes, and the boy found it disgusting. Moreover, the blood of the man who had offended his mother flowed through his veins, and this made the prince very angry. The mother cried bitterly when she heard these words, but asked Helios not to torture himself anymore, assuring the boy that everything was fine with her. However, the prince understood that this was not true, because he increasingly felt the growing strength within him and the desire to kill everyone because of whom he and his mother suffered so much. Later, his mother said that his eyes were not at all like the emperor's eyes. She compared their color to the shining dawn in her homeland, noting that they had nothing in common with this evil and cruel man. And when they finally left this tower, she promised to take her son to one place where there was almost everything that she loved so much, and this love was supposed to drive out hatred and anger from her heart. Rosianna touches her neck, thinking about how unexpected the second prince's kindness seemed to her. Suddenly, someone's cheerful voices are heard nearby, and Rosie involuntarily slows down her pace. Hiding behind a column, our heroine hears a girl telling Milady Freya that she has a very unusual hair color. Milady thanks her interlocutor named Amelie, noting that she also has very beautiful hair. However, Amelie only wanted to say that Milady Freya's hair was the color of faded grass. The young aristocrats mock her, recalling that Milady had recently lived in a village shelter. The girl lowers her head, listening to these caustic remarks, but does not respond to them in any way. At this moment, Rosianna comes to Milady's aid, saying that her brother is looking for her. After hastily apologizing to Amelie and her friends, Rosie leads Milady away. Our heroine wants to move as far away as possible, and finally lets go of her new acquaintance's hand. Having apologized to Milady, Rosianna confesses that she lied to her, but she only intervened because she noticed how awkward the situation was. Rosie apologizes for the inconvenience, and then immediately catches herself, remembering that she forgot to introduce herself. However, Belle Freya does not blame Rosanna for interfering, but, on the contrary, wants to thank her for her concern. According to the plot, Belle was adopted from an ordinary orphanage by Duke Freya, and she is destined to become a saint. She is sensitive, kind, and intelligent, and is the main character of this story that was misunderstood and hated by society. Rosie thought that after all the hardships and trials, Belle would have a happy ending, but she lost her last shrine, and the fire in her eyes went out. Everything in Belle's life had collapsed, and she didn't want to rebuild anything. Her last wish was for the well-being of all mankind, but she did not have time to utter it, because at that moment the world was covered by impenetrable darkness. Apparently, the world is in the middle of an apocalypse, but our heroine can't let it happen again. She can't let the main characters of this story just go with the flow. After all, changes only in her storyline, unfortunately, will not change anything, and so Rosianna must at least try to avoid the ending in which the world is destroyed. Rosie returns to the banquet hall with Belle, who looks around for her brother. At this moment, our heroine notices something very unusual. In the middle of the hall lies a huge monster, caught by the first prince, but the guests are surprised that the second prince has not shown himself. But the throne should rightfully be inherited by the first prince, and to everyone, including Alain himself, this seems like an absolutely obvious fact. Rosie freezes when she sees the monster, but at that moment she hears Joshua's indignant voice. He collected a lot of goodies for Rosianna and had already managed to search her. Suddenly, the captured monster twitches its long tail. Apparently, the monster wants to break free, and, swinging its tail with renewed vigor, the monster hits one of the walls of the hall. Rosianna and Belle freeze in place in fear, but the guards are in no hurry to subdue the monster. Our heroine remembers that at the moment of the first meeting between Joshua and Belle, the boy must save the future saint. After this, Joshua realizes that he is able to protect himself and his loved ones. Only now it's not Joshua next to Belle, but Rosianna. At the last moment, Rosie manages to use magic, saving both herself and Belle. Using a spell, she holds up the debris from the walls and floor that nearly crushed the girls to death. Milady Freya, although seriously frightened, is safe, which makes Rosie very happy. Belle notices blood on our heroine's face, but Rosianna isn't too bothered. They were both a little hurt, but there was no need to worry about it, because they would probably get help very soon. But Belle continues to worry about her savior, feeling that she now owes her own life to Rosie. At this moment, Rosianna feels a strong pain in the heart area, which occurs when using magical power. However, now she needs to hold on a little longer at all costs. Gathering her strength, the girl lifts up huge pieces of the collapsed floor. Belle is delighted by this, but our heroine understands that she is about to lose consciousness. At this moment, Rosie sees Duke Blancourt and Joshua coming to their aid. Joshua is very glad that Rosianna is alive, although he already knew that she would be fine. Rosie smiles happily, noticing that the boy was able to use his abilities. She thanks Joshua for saving her, and at that moment, her eyes begin to close. Before losing consciousness, Rosianna notices the Duke, but does not have time to thank him. Our heroine has a dream, and she sees that she is in some wonderful place, similar to a fairy tale forest. The next moment, a beautiful girl, who had been waiting for Rosianna to appear, comes out to meet her. Rosie doesn't recognize her interlocutor, but it seems to her that she looks very much like Belle. Suddenly, Rosianna notices that for some reason her long hair is not black, but copper red. This discovery makes the girl open her eyes and break out of this strange dream. Duke Cartel leans over Rosie, and his face seems worried to the girl. Turning her head, Rosianna notices that Joshua is also next to her. Cartel gently strokes the girl's head, saying that she needs to rest some more. Rosie asks how long she was unconscious, and the Duke says that our heroine hasn't woken up in almost a week. Rosianna realizes that the cartel clearly wants to tell her something else. However, now she does not need conversations, but care, and therefore the Duke is going to call a doctor to Rosie. They will still have time to talk when Rosianna is fully recovered. Taking his sleeping son in his arms, Cartel notices that Joshua was very worried, and even refused to eat or sleep, waiting for the girl to wake up. These words make Rosie blush, and she realizes that she and Joshua have become quite close during this time. A few weeks later, Rosianna asks Joshua what she looks like. Our heroine is sure that now she should literally radiate energy because she feels more alive than anyone else. She certainly recovered because she was examined by a doctor all this time. And in addition, Rosie was fed meat and fresh vegetables 3 times a day. And for the last 2 weeks, she has been taking expensive medications. The doctor even allowed Rosianna to go for a walk, although before he had not even allowed Belle to see her. Milady Freya was very worried about her savior, and therefore lived in the house of Duke Blancourt for a whole week looking after Rosie. Belle wanted to see Rosianna immediately after she woke up. However, Belle's brother asked his sister to behave more restrainedly because Rosie clearly needed rest at that moment. Belle was immediately taken away, but our heroine noticed that Milady's brother was looking at her very strangely. Joshua doesn't understand when Rosianna managed to become friends with Lady Freya. Rosie wants to see her as soon as possible, but Joshua snorts indignantly, not understanding who this girl is. Rosianna doesn't understand why the boy reacts so strangely to Belle, and fears that it is because she ruined their first meeting. Joshua enjoys a strawberry, noting that Rosie needs to eat too, as his father wanted to talk to her later. In addition, the boy hopes that Rosie does not consider herself a burden, since what happened was not her fault. Hearing these words, our heroine blushes, because Joshua has managed to grow up so much. However, Joshua asks her not to make things up, because he has always been like this. He is actually older than Rosianna, and besides, he even managed to reveal his abilities, albeit by accident. Smiling tenderly, Rosie thanks Joshua from the bottom of her heart, calling him her little brother. Such an unexpected address makes the boy involuntarily blush. Joshua turns away in embarrassment, noticing that he actually likes the word. Duke Cartel invites Rosianna into his office, wanting to talk to her. First of all, Blancourt is interested in the girl's well-being, because, unfortunately, he could not visit her often due to the abundance of work. Rosie says she feels great and has no pain at all. Even the deep wound on her forehead healed quickly enough. But the Duke is worried about the fact that Rosianna could not wake up for a whole week. He guesses that our heroine herself knows the reason, and in addition, the cartel knows that the girl has already fainted after using magic. The Duke has accepted Rosie as a new member of the family, which means he is committed to protecting her and helping her. But he can't do that without knowing the whole truth. Looking down, Rosianna says that she didn't want to cause trouble over something as trivial as fainting. She is completely fine now, but if something similar happens in the future, she will definitely tell the Duke about it. After all, Rosie considers Cartel her guardian and protector. The Duke asks if our heroine knows why she loses consciousness after using magic, but Rosianna knows nothing about it. Blancourt called a mage to the girl while she was unconscious, and he said that Rosie had used up so much strength and mana that a person should not have. Even though she is still a child, she has great power hidden within her, but Rosianna does not know how to control mana, and therefore exhausts her body. When the mage brought his hand to Rosianna to look at the source of her mana, something strange happened. The magic seal under his hand seemed to shatter into pieces, injuring the magician's hand, but he managed to see a barely noticeable crack that appeared in Rosie's mana source. Mana is both the soul and the life force, which means its use can be dangerous to our heroine's life. And so the cartel asks if she really wants to learn magic. Rosianna thanks the Duke for his concern, but she cannot give up everything, believing that she needs to learn magic. The cartel is surprised by this answer, and assumes that such zeal is driven by a desire to help Hestana. Rosie smiles sadly, noting that she was the one who suggested this deal and wants to keep her word. But she has other reasons as well. She promised the Duke to tell him everything she knew after the ball. But after the visit of the magician, Cartel already knows that something is wrong with Rosianna's body, and so the girl touches her shoulder with her hand, wanting to show him something. Our heroine bears the seal of mind control, a gift from Marquis Schwarlin. Rosie tells Cartel that she actually grew up in an orphanage and that the Marquis practiced dark magic. Rosianna apologizes for deceiving the Duke, but she really hoped that he would take her in as a memory of his friend. One way or another, Schwarlin is still alive, and the ever-present seal on her body is irrefutable proof of this. In the Marquis's secret office, Rosie saw many books and magic scrolls. Among them were several sheets of paper with information about relics called divine shards. The relic consists of 8 crystals, which, according to legend, God gave to people. Schwarlin has found the location of one wish-fulfilling crystal, and therefore it alone is enough to gain great power. If all 8 crystals are collected, the apocalypse can be triggered, and if such power is wielded by a villain, it will be a real catastrophe. However, if the legend is to be believed, the power of the relic can lift the curse from Hestana. But here too, the problem lies with Schwarlin. Rosianna doesn't dare say it out loud, but the Duke already knows that the Marquis was in love with his wife, and therefore he will not stop at just breaking the curse. After the spell is lifted, Schwarlin will likely want to bend Heston to his will, and if the curse is not broken, he will simply kill her, because with his power, the Marquis can imprison the soul of the deceased in another body. Our heroine looks down guiltily, apologizing to Cartel for telling him about all this only now. However, Blancourt does not understand why she is asking for forgiveness, since none of these events are Rosianna's fault. No one could have known that the Duke's greed would lead to such consequences, nor that Schwarlin would come into play. But Rosie worries that she is under the mind control spell and that she might one day harm her loved ones, which she doesn't want to do. So our heroine needs to become stronger and destroy the stigma before Schwarlin returns, and she knows who could help her. Following Rosianna's plan, our heroes head into the gloomy forest. Suddenly, the Duke notices a strange magical creature that looks like a black dog and tells the children to hide behind his back. Growling menacingly and opening its mouth full of large, sharp fangs, the demonic dog rushes at the travelers. However, the next moment he screamed loudly from sharp and unexpected pain. A yellow-eyed red and white wolf, which seemed familiar to Rosianna, grabbed the demonic dog's throat. When she went into this forest, she really hoped that her old friend would keep the promise he had once made. But Rosie certainly didn't expect it to be that simple. Slowly approaching the wolf, Rosianna extends her hand towards him, intending to pet him. The wolf willingly offers her his muzzle, closing his eyes with pleasure. Smiling happily, Rosie is finally convinced that she was not mistaken. At that very moment, the wolf's fur begins to sparkle and shine with a reddish light. And Rosianna sees that instead of a wolf's head, she is now stroking a boy's head. Kadim kept his word and waited for our heroine, and now she is counting on his help. The gloomy forest borders the icy mountains of the Hamel Duchy and is like a labyrinth teeming with terrible monsters, so it is unlikely that an ordinary person will be able to leave it alive. Kadim leads our heroes to a small house where he lives with his teacher. However, he is in no hurry to go inside, frozen in place and thinking about the situation. Joshua asks irritably why Kadim stopped. The boy confesses that his teacher doesn't like meeting people, and Joshua reproaches him for not telling him about it earlier. However, Rosianna really needs to meet the teacher, and she asks Kadim to at least ask if he would agree to talk to her. Kadim agrees to fulfill this request and asks our heroes to wait outside for a while. At that moment, the doors of the house swing open, and Rosianna sees that the teacher has decided to come out to them himself. Asil Lustarif, the wizard of the gloomy forest, looks at the newcomers with obvious alarm. However, he comes closer, as if realizing that it was Rosie who was looking for a meeting with him. However, the Duke does not trust Asil, and therefore asks his adopted daughter to hide behind him. A seal calmly looks into Rosianna's eyes, and the girl understands that he will not harm her. After thinking for a bit, the magician invites our heroine to come into the house with him. The Duke and Joshua are waiting for Rosie in the living room, and Kadim decides to treat them to some hot tea. However, Joshua looks at Kadim with obvious hostility, jealous of his little sister. He asks his father if Rosie will be safe alone with that man. But Cartel is in no hurry to answer this question, although he really wants to believe that everything will be okay with Rosianna. From the very beginning, he didn't want to let our heroine go to such a dangerous place as the gloomy forest. However, Rosie insisted on her own, noting that a powerful magician lived there, famous for helping people free themselves from the spell of the forest and find their way home. In fact, the girl knew that Assel had incredible power, thanks to the original book. The Duke objected to Rosianna, saying that this mage might be powerful, but he might not agree to teach her. But Rosie was sure that now was her only chance to remove the seal, and this was only the first step necessary for the further path. Rosianna's second step will be to enter the academy, which is the best place to search for information from ancient scriptures of different countries. After entering the academy, the girl will continue to search for information about other shrines, as well as learn magic in order to break the curse of Hestana. Left alone with Rosie, Aesel says that he already knows a lot about her thanks to Kadim. However, the magician cannot understand how she managed to find him, because he has been living in the forest for decades. Many wizards tried to find a seal, but they failed. But Rosianna knew for sure that he was here and contacted him through Kadim. Our heroine knew that the magician was looking for the key to the world tree, and reported this in her note, which puzzled him even more. Bowing to the great magician, Rosianna says that she has seen the future. Because of the global split, terrible natural cataclysms began in it, and the monsters began to destroy people, and this sight was simply terrible. Rosie knows that Assel is looking for the key to the world tree, because she also senses this split. The magician guesses that this girl probably knows the reason for his presence in the forest. Rosanna does know that a seal believes that the world tree is hidden deep within this forest. The gloomy forest is considered the most dangerous forest in the entire country, but in reality, its depths are filled with many spirits and natural mana. However, now monsters that have appeared out of nowhere are devouring the forest's guardian monsters, and because of this, the local spirits are gradually disappearing, and the dark force is luring more and more people into the forest. A seal decided that something had happened to the world tree, and so he came here to protect it. But he still doesn't understand what Rosianna wants from him. He is amazed that she knows so much, but he cannot trust our heroine just like that. The magician wants to test whether he can really trust Rosie, and she readily agrees. A seal knows that only this girl's mana is capable of telling the true truth. Closing his eyes, the wizard tries to concentrate on his sensations. Mana never lies, and a seal wants to touch its source. Finally, he realizes that this child is telling the pure truth, and suddenly sees someone's long hair of a bright copper color. Feeling a sharp pain in his palm, the magician opens his eyes in surprise. This feeling seems strangely familiar to Assel, and he looks at his injured hand in confusion. Seeing the magician's palm, Rosianna expresses great concern. However, Assel says that everything is fine with him, because what is more important is that she was telling the truth, and therefore he is ready to listen to her. A little later, Rosianna says goodbye to the Duke and Joshua, because she has to stay here for 3 years. She needs to learn magic to enter the academy, and even though time is short, she should at least try. However, Joshua believes that 3 years is quite a long time. Tears stream down the boy's cheeks, and Rosie tries to console him, saying that they are not saying goodbye forever, and that she will write him letters often. Wiping away his tears, Joshua asks Rosie to stop comforting him and take care of herself. Even if she doesn't learn magic, she shouldn't worry, because Joshua plans to become even stronger and protect her so that the events of that ball don't happen again. Hearing these words, Rosianna tenderly thanks her brother Joshua and pats his head. Over the next 3 years, our heroine managed to learn a lot from Assel. By concentrating the required amount of mana in one point, Rosie holds it, preventing it from dissipating. Now, all that's left for Rosianna to do is strike, and she releases the accumulated mana into space. The girl smiles happily, because this time she succeeded. Only Rosie seemed to have overdone it a bit and used up too much power. Her legs are giving way, and Rosianna is sure that in a few seconds she will fall to the ground. However, at that moment, someone's strong arms grab her from behind. Gently supporting Rosie, Kadeem gently reproaches her for once again disobeying the teacher and overworking herself. This year, Rosina turned 16, and preparing to leave for the academy, the girl says goodbye to her teacher. Asil is very worried about her ward and wants to equip her with as many useful things as possible, but Kadeem notes that Rosie will not be able to take all this ballast with her. The wizard sighs sadly, because these 3 years have flown by so quickly. Asil asks Rosiana to turn to him for help at any time, because he, as a teacher, always sincerely cares about his students. He asks Kadeem to take care of our heroine, and the young man nods in agreement in response to this request. Leaving the house, Rosiana waves goodbye to Asil. The magician sees off his students, smiling sadly and slowly returning to his empty home. Kadeem is carrying 2 heavy suitcases, and Rosie, worried about him, offers the young man her help, but he politely refuses. Rosie decides to ask why Kadeem is going to the academy, since he doesn't like being in society and would probably like to return to his homeland. She is worried that the young man is going with her only because of the teacher's instructions, but Kadeem says that he is entering the academy of his own free will. He hasn't had a strong attachment to home for a long time, and so he can go there later. But if the issue is that Rosie doesn't want him to go to the academy with her, that changes things. This question makes Rosiana feel embarrassed, and she says that this is not true at all. In the original, Rosiana and Kadeem had a mistress and servant relationship, but now this is not the case, and our heroine is confident that everything will be fine. Rosie is glad that her faithful friend will be there because she can rely on him. Using the scroll of movement, our heroes find themselves on the territory of the academy. Rosiana is transfixed by the stunning architecture and grandeur of the Lucarian Academy. This educational institution is intended for all those who are drawn to knowledge and is a boarding school, and therefore you can only enter here from the age of 16. Rosie suggests that Kadeem take the things to the rooms and then meet in the central building. While waiting for her friend, the girl looks through the list of students. Suddenly, Rosie hears a familiar soft voice calling her name. Our heroine is very happy to see Lady Freya, who clearly stands out from the crowd of other students. Belle doesn't know if Rosiana remembers this young man, but she wants to introduce the girl to her older brother. Roxiane Freya bows politely and thanks Rosie for helping his sister at the ball that night. Rosiana politely returns his greeting, remarking that she is very pleased to meet him. Roxiane stares at our heroine, making her feel rather awkward. At that moment, someone calls out to Rosie again, and looking back, the girl sees her brother Joshua. She is happy to see him, noticing that over these 3 years, Joshua has turned into a real man. The young man gently chides his little sister for not writing to him for 10 whole days, and he is already beginning to worry. Rosiana smiles and says that Joshua has grown a lot since she used to ruffle his hair instead of the other way around. With a smug chuckle, Joshua says that Rosie has grown up too. At this moment, our heroine realizes that she has already met almost all the key characters of the original work. However, looking at Kadeem, Rosiana cannot say that he fell in love with Belle at first sight. Just like Joshua, who didn't even deign to look at Lady Freya, Belle doesn't interest him at all, and he asks if his sister has had time to inspect the academy. Hearing the ringing of the school bell, Joshua notices that the ceremony for freshmen is about to take place. He ruffles Rosiana's hair again, telling her that they will see each other very soon. Lutra Coble, the academy's vice principal, gives a welcoming speech to first-year students. However, Rosie's thoughts are occupied with completely different things, because she is trying to understand why Kadeem and Joshua, contrary to the plot, treat Belle with such indifference. One way or another, the main plot events will begin at the academy, and Lady Freya still has 3 more main characters to meet. The first hero is Helios, but now he is fighting monsters and is still far from being admitted. Belle must then meet Jaliet, but this is an undesirable meeting, and so she should stay away from the church and the Mage's Tower. And finally, Belle will meet Rachel, but he will not appear at the academy anytime soon. At this moment, Rosiana hears Mr. Lutra announce the name of the next student. This is Rachel Blancourt, and he will be the first year's mentor. Our heroine freezes in surprise, not understanding what Rachel is doing at the academy. In the original, he should have already graduated from the academy, and upon his return, be preparing to inherit the House of Blancourt. While Rachel is at home, A crack in the world must appear. And then, in the midst of all this chaos, he will receive God's blessing and gain true strength. The church will receive a prophecy and learn that the one destined to wield the power of the goddess is studying at the academy, and that she will eventually be the one to restore the church to its former power for the first time in hundreds of years. However, anyone who does not teach or study at the academy cannot set foot inside the educational institution, but the emperor will try to get to the chosen one first. At this time, the first Prince Alan will be struggling with a serious illness, and the second Prince Haleus will successfully fight against hordes of monsters. The emperor, for lack of a better option, will send Rachel back to the academy, but this time as a teacher, ordering him to find the owner of the goddess's power. However, Rachel was a man of high morals, valuing the good of humanity above the orders of the emperor, and, moreover, he was a son of the House of Blancourt, who did not change his principles. He wanted to find the cause of the world's crack and save humanity by uniting with the goddess. But first of all, he had to protect the chosen one from the emperor, who was thirsty for personal gain. Rosianna realizes that Rachel's appearance at this moment clearly contradicts the original plot of the novel. He is probably here because the Duke did not go to Hamel a few years ago, but stayed with Joshua. Rachel's love was the healthiest compared to the other main characters, and in the end, Belle gave her heart to him, but he hurt her in a completely different way. Rachel sacrificed himself to protect Belle from a monster she could have defeated on her own. At that moment, the goddess realized that the only one who was ready to shield her in a moment of danger was in fact mortally tired. It was a real suicide, because he gave in first, although only Rachel constantly reminded Belle of the importance of hope and love. Thus, the goddess lost the most important person in her life. Everyone thought of Rachel as cold and calculating, but in reality, he was the kindest and most wonderful person of all. In order to find peace, Rachel stained his sword with the blood of many people, including his younger brother Joshua. If you divide the characters into black and white, then Rachel was absolutely good, but her relationship with Rosianna was, to put it mildly, difficult. Our heroine was so deep in thought that she didn't hear Belle calling her for a long time. Lady Freya noticed that her friend had become very gloomy while they were still in the main hall. Rosie apologizes to Belle, saying that she was just lost in thought, and asks her to remind her what they talked about. Belle wants to know which dorm Rosianna lives in, and when the girl looks at her report card, it becomes clear that she and Lady Freya were placed in the same room. Rosie already knew about this in advance, but this news made Belle really happy. Rosianna asked Belle to call her by her first name, since everyone is equal at the academy, regardless of status, and Lady Freya happily agrees, expressing hope that their life together will be fun. Rosianna, Kadim, Belle, and Joshua are having a snack in the park after class. Our heroine feels very calm, and she would like it to always be this way, but she fears that this is only the calm before the storm. Kadim feeds Rosie ripe strawberries, and their sweet taste distracts the girl from her dark thoughts. She asks Kadim where these berries came from, and the young man says that the teacher bought them. Noticing this display of concern, Joshua lets out an indignant cry. He doesn't understand how his sister can just eat from Kadim's hands. However, Rosianna doesn't see anything wrong with this, because Joshua himself once fed her delicious things in exactly the same way. These words make Joshua confused, because he actually did that. At that moment, Kadim's hand squeezes hard, and the delicate berries fly apart into many small pieces. Rosie looks at his stained palm with regret, not understanding why Kadim did this. But the young man himself does not know why this happened, and what made him so angry at that moment. Taking a clean towel, Rosianna wants to wipe Kadim's hand. However, she is prevented from doing this by Joshua's loud cry. He himself wants to wipe Kadim's hand, because his sister's friend is also his friend, and therefore he will gladly take care of him. Belle asks Rosie if she has chosen any courses, adding that she is thinking about a course on nature and life. However, Joshua unceremoniously interrupts the conversation, noting that this is not a very good course, because it is taught by a stupid teacher. Confused, Belle still wants to know Rosianna's opinion, because she likes herbology and medicine so much. But Joshua interrupts the girl again, stating that he does not understand what could be useful in growing grass. Our heroine quickly shuts her brother's mouth with a strawberry, asking him to stop talking nonsense. Rosianna knew that Belle would be interested in alchemy and herbology, since they are related to medicine. Belle is very concerned about the fact that people from ordinary families have a much harder time taking care of their health, as they often do not have money for treatment, and therefore she would like to research herbs from which affordable medicines can be made. Rosie believes with all her heart that Lady Freya will definitely succeed. It is Belle who later discovers the Tatari mushroom flowers, and Rosianna says that she will enroll in the same course, because then they can help each other. Lady Freya is deeply touched by our heroine's support, and tears come to her eyes. At that moment, Joshua hears someone calling his name and looks back to see his older brother. Rachel had not seen Joshua for a long time, but upon noticing Rosianna, the young man's face changed. Joshua smiles happily, remembering that his brother has never met Rosie before. Rosianna feels extremely awkward, and Kadim, sensing her state, abruptly gets up from his seat and puts out his hand, blocking the girl from Rachel. Our heroine did not expect such a reaction from him, because now this situation became even more awkward. Rachel stands there in bewilderment, not understanding why Kadim is behaving so strangely, and Rosianna suddenly remembers that she urgently needs to return to her room because she forgot her list of courses there. Rosie grabs her textbooks and promises to return soon, while the boys can chat with each other without her. Joshua and Kadim try to stop the girl, but she quickly runs away to the dorm. The next day, Rosianna and Belle attend a lecture on the theory of magic. Lady Freya looks at her friend with concern, worried about her condition. Last night, Belle asked Rosie why she ran away from them as soon as Rachel showed up. But Rosianna just apologized for making Belle worry and said that she just suddenly felt unwell. Looking closely at her friend, Lady Freya calms down a little, noticing that today Rosianna really does look better. After the end of the lesson, the girls leave the classroom and go outside and discuss the upcoming classes. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a terrible roar, after which a column of dust rose into the air. Rosie and Belle notice a crowd of girls nearby, surrounding the first-year swordsman's training area. Seeing several young people lying unconscious on the ground, Rosianna tries to understand what happened here. The next moment, she hears someone say Joshua's name and finally notices him. Her brother was the only swordsman still standing. Turning her head to the side, Rosianna sees Kadim slammed hard into a stone wall. The impact was so strong that large cracks appeared in the stonework. However, Kadim is not going to give up so easily, and, rising to his feet, he slowly walks towards Joshua. Rosianna doesn't understand how her brother could bring Kadim to this state, but she is glad that Joshua has become stronger over the years. However, this is no reason to bully freshmen, and our heroine immediately begins to scold the bully. However, Joshua only fights them because they asked him to. Kadim confirms these words, saying that they wanted to test their strength with an experienced swordsman. Rosie gently strokes the boy's swollen cheek, noticing that he needs to be more careful. At this moment, our heroes hear a loud bell ringing, and Kadim leaves the training area, wanting to change for lunch. As Rosianna watches the young man leave, she notices that his ear is scratched and assumes that Joshua injured him. Our heroine enjoys lunch with her friends and brother. Each of the children has fresh strawberries on their saucers, and Rosie is very happy about it. She eats fresh berries with great pleasure, considering them very tasty. However, to Rosianna's surprise, everyone else treats the strawberries with obvious indifference. Joshua has already managed to gorge himself on it, and Belle prefers fruit, but Rosie still persuades her to eat just one berry. Noticing his sister spoon-feeding her friend, Joshua says he wouldn't mind some strawberries too, at which point someone else joins our heroes. Pulling out his chair, Rachel asks if he can sit next to Rosianna, and the girl shyly agrees. Of all the available seats, Rachel chose this one, and Rosie is so worried about it that she loses her appetite. Lost in sad thoughts, Rosianna mechanically picks at the strawberries with a fork, and Kadim immediately notices this. He says that she shouldn't force herself if she doesn't feel like eating anymore. Kadim suggests that Rosie leave the cafeteria, reminding her that she still has classes left. Belle leaves with them, and Joshua and Rachel are left alone, wondering where everyone is going in such a hurry, since there is still half an hour left before the end of lunch. Throughout this day, Rosianna carefully avoids meeting Rachel. She does everything to avoid running into him again, and this seems very strange to the young man. Rachel doesn't understand why his half-sister is behaving this way, because he hasn't done anything bad to her. Our heroine comes to a lesson on practicing magical seals. However, the girl's thoughts are not occupied by the teacher's instructions, but by the excitement associated with Rachel. At this point, the teacher says that today, a talented graduate of their academy will help the class with practice. Seeing her stepbrother, Rosianna freezes in surprise, realizing that this time she won't be able to get out of this so easily. The teacher points to the board and asks the students to redraw the seal shown there. This seal will help them protect themselves from the attack of the fandrake vines, a magical plant that irritates everyone around with its jokes. Rosianna remembers that she has seen similar seals in books many times before. Rachel offers to help the girl, but she quickly redraws the seal on a piece of paper, ignoring the young man. When she finishes, Rosie jumps up from her seat, hurrying to get in line. Rosianna is ready to demonstrate her abilities, because she is confident in her powers. Fandrake waves a semblance of a hand at the girl, smiling annoyingly, holding a piece of paper between her fingers. Our heroine materializes the seal drawn on it. Using magic seals is a basic skill, and is the first step to using artifacts and magic items. The seals are all the same, but if the mage doesn't put enough mana into them or loses concentration, they won't work or won't have the desired effect. This is exactly what happened to Rosianna, although she was sure that everything would go well. Her seal shatters into hundreds of pieces, and Fandrake takes advantage of this to stretch out vines and grab the girl by the leg. Rosie falls on her stomach, but at that moment, Rachel comes to her aid, deftly cutting through the clinging vines. The teacher comments that Rosianna's seal was excellent, but she seemed to lose concentration while drawing it. Rachel notices that our heroine has injured her knee and wants to take her to a doctor. However, the doctor is not there, and Rosie is left feeling awkward while Rachel bandages her leg. As soon as the young man finishes treating the wound, Rosianna says that it is time for her to go. However, first, Rachel wants to know the reason why Rosie is so diligently avoiding him. Even Joshua scolded him, as he decided that his brother had somehow offended Rosianna. And this was the first time Rachel had seen him like this. Everything was so obvious that it was noticeable even to those around him, and it was strange to think that Rachel himself would not pay attention to it. Rachel insists on an answer, and Rosianna says that it is not at all a matter of the young man offending her in any way. Looking down, our heroine sadly thinks that in the original story, all of Rachel's problems arose precisely because of Rosianna. It is he who is destined to kill Rosie at a certain moment. He pierces her with his sword, but Rosianna does not remember what happened before or after her death, but she clearly feels this pain even now. Rosianna should have been killed because she was driven by her delusions, but that does not justify the crime she committed. After all, she constantly pressed on Rachel's sense of guilt, reminding him that he had killed his own brother. Thinking about this, our heroine sighs heavily. After putting the medicines back in their places, Rachel notices that her father told him a lot about Rosianna. He hadn't seen such a warm and gentle smile on the Duke's face for a long time, and even Joshua becomes happier when he talks about his little sister. Rosie's arrival in their family changed a lot, because otherwise Joshua would have gone crazy because of his teacher, and the cartel would have been in Hamel all the time. Rachel is very grateful to Rosianna, and moreover, he returned to the academy to protect and help his half-sister. Rosie appreciates Rachel's kindness and apologizes to him for avoiding him. She shouldn't be afraid of something that hasn't happened yet, because she decided to change her destiny, and she will succeed if Rachel doesn't kill her, and she doesn't let him die, like in the original. Rosie says she was afraid that Rachel would be uncomfortable around her, since she is an adopted daughter and not his biological sister. Rachel is very surprised by this confession, because he has heard a lot about Rosianna and does not feel bad about her at all. Moreover, he is very grateful to Rosie and hopes that she will also feel comfortable around him. Of course, Rachel is surprised by the sudden appearance of his younger sister, but at the same time, he is very happy to meet her. The young man extends his hand to our heroine as a sign of affection, and our heroine happily shakes it. By evening, heavy thunderclouds gather over the academy, foreshadowing an imminent deterioration in the weather. At this moment, Rosianna is in the library, wanting to grab a couple of books and return to the dorm. She wants to find a book about strength and the names of rare breeds, but it is not on the shelf, and Rosie decides to look for the textbook in the reading room. However, there the girl notices Roxion, Belle's brother, sleeping peacefully on the couch. It's going to start raining soon, so Rosianna decides to wake him up by lightly touching the young man's shoulder. A light touch frightens the young man, and he immediately hits our heroine on the hand. Sitting down on the couch, Roxanne asks what Rosie wants from him. Rosianna sheepishly apologizes to the young man and reminds him that the curfew in the dorm will begin very soon. Without listening to Rosie to the end, Roxanne quickly leaves the library, leaving the bewildered girl alone. Rosianna finds the textbook she needs and heads to her room with the books. Roxanne watches her timidly from around the corner, and at that moment, his heart is filled with rather conflicting feelings. He remembers Rosianna's touch and cannot understand what it was. Now, for some reason, he feels very upset, but he cannot understand the reason for this disorder. Next to the young man sits a small black cat, diligently licking its paw. Raising her sapphire eyes to the boy, the cat asks what happened to him, but Roxanne says it doesn't matter. The young man picks up the cat, and she notices that his temperature has risen again and that he should continue taking his medication. Returning to her room, Roxanne falls asleep and dreams of a crowd of angry peasants accusing a mother and her young son of witchcraft. At that moment, Mom hugged Roxanne tightly, asking him not to be afraid, because everything would be fine with them. However, the peasants set fire to their house and do not hear the screams of the woman, who assures them that she has nothing to do with witchcraft. But she manages to finish speaking, because one of them kills a woman in front of her little son. The peasants want to kill Roxanne too, believing that he is not a man, but a monster. The boy watches in fear as the blade of the sword whistles through the air. He doesn't understand why they hate him and his mother so much, because they didn't do anything bad to these people. At this moment, Roxanne's gaze falls on his mother's lifeless body. This sight drives him crazy, and the boy's heart is filled with burning rage. Tears flow from his darkened eyes. And at this moment, he thirsts only for righteous revenge. An unknown force that took possession of Roxanne at that moment grinds the peasants into dust. That day, it snowed, covering with a white sheet both the bodies of the people who considered them monsters and the body of Roxanne's mother. The boy walked without stopping, completely alone, and not understanding where he was going, but his heart was tormented by an unceasing anger. After a few hours, Roxanne decided to rest a little, finding a secluded place among the roots of a huge tree. However, at that moment, he heard someone's voice, noting that these lands had an owner. Looking up and seeing the man standing next to him, Roxanne took out a small blade and clutched it in his trembling hand. Having carefully examined the boy, the stranger gasped in surprise, noticing that a half-werewolf was sitting in front of him. The sapphire-eyed man's lips stretched into a smile, and he asked Roxanne not to worry, promising not to harm him and inviting the boy to come with him. Roxanne stirred restlessly in his sleep, almost disturbing the cat sleeping peacefully next to him. Opening his eyes, the young man sighed heavily, trying not to think about the fragments of these heavy memories. The next day, Roxanne noticed that Belle looked very worried. Looking down, Lady Freya admits that she is very worried about her sick brother. Our heroine says that if she meets Roxanne, she will ask him to visit Belle, and the girl happily thanks her. As she steps outside, Roxanne reflects on Roxanne Freya and his role in this story. He is the heir of Duke Freya and the older brother of the main character. But Rosie knows nothing else about him. Even though he is a member of Belle's family, he remains a very mysterious character. In the original novel, the second Prince Helios brutally murders Roxanne and his family due to their connections with magical creatures. While the Mad Prince would hardly have slaughtered an entire family of aristocrats without evidence of their connection to werewolves, Rosie doesn't know if Belle's brother used this connection for evil purposes. After Belle became the bearer of the goddess's power, Roxanne did not use her abilities, but tried to protect his sister at all costs. For Belle, what was worse was the imperial family and the church, who wanted to use her power for their own interests. Lost in thought, Roxanne doesn't notice where she's going, but suddenly she hears a quiet voice lamenting the fact that someone's body has begun to resist the medicine. Turning the corner of the building, our heroine sees Roxanne sitting on the ground. He is clearly not feeling well, and Rosie wants to call someone for help right now. He is getting worse with each passing minute, but the young man asks her not to do this, because he cannot go to a doctor or to the hostel. Roxanne can't leave her friend's brother in trouble, and with great difficulty she manages to drag Roxanne to the library. Our heroine sits the young man down on the couch, and at that very moment, a black cat sits down next to him. Rosie picks her up, saying that her friend is feeling very bad now, and that it would be better for the cat to stay with her for now. Roxion breathes heavily, and upon closer inspection, Rosiana notices that his aura is turning dark purple. In addition, the young man's eye turns black, and his ears stretch out, taking on a pointed shape. Roxion covers the girl's eyes with his hand, demanding that she not look at him. He won't touch Rosiana if she sits quietly, and our heroine asks Roxion not to worry, saying that she didn't see anything. Touching the half-werewolf's hand, Rosie asks him to relax and breathe as calmly as possible. Roxion must be over-nervous, but now he needed to calm down by concentrating on his breathing. After a few minutes, the young man feels a little better and falls asleep. Now Rosiana realizes that in the original, Helios destroyed Freya's house after learning that Roxion was a werewolf. However, now she must figure out how to help her friend's brother without revealing her secret. At this moment, Rosie hears someone offering her a solution to this problem, but she does not understand who is talking to her. Finally, our heroine realizes that a little black cat is talking to her. She looks up at the girl with her shining sapphire eyes and, as if reading her thoughts, declares that she really can talk. Touching Roxion's forehead with her paw, the cat says that there is power raging within him, and, since he is a half-werewolf, he needs to go through something like this to harness his inner power. Rosie wants to know if the cat is a monster or a guardian spirit, but the cat herself doesn't know who she is. But it doesn't matter, because now they have to help Roxion. She asks Rosie to extend her hand, and the girl readily complies with this request. The cat bites Rosiana's finger hard, and our heroine lets out a soft scream. Now she must feed the werewolf her blood, and then he will feel much better. After thinking for a moment, Rosie brings her bloody finger to Roxion's lips. The young man really likes the taste of her blood, and the next moment, his eyes open wide. Roxion grabs the stunned Rosiana's arm forcefully and pulls her towards her. His heightened senses cloud his consciousness, and he only occasionally hears the quiet pleas of his victim. Rosie asks Roxion to let her go, but he is too hungry to pass up the opportunity to satisfy his hunger. He feels a warm and pleasant force spreading through his body, and the excruciating heat slowly subsides. Waking up sometime later, Roxion cannot understand how he ended up in the library. However, the next moment, he notices Rosiana lying next to him, unconscious. There are even more questions, but the cat tells Roxion that this girl shared her blood with him. The young man does not understand what this means, although his health has indeed noticeably improved. The cat explains to him that the beast calms down only when it is saturated with human blood, but Roxion drank enough blood from Rosiana, and now he owes her. She shared her blood with him to stop the attack, and now they won't be chasing Roxion for the rest of the semester. Coming up to Rosiana's hand, the cat rubs against it with pleasure, saying that our heroine seems like an amazing girl to her. It would be a shame to erase her memory. But there's nothing to be done, because no one should know about the Freya family's connection with werewolves. The cat agrees with Roxion, and, gently touching her nose to Rosie's fingers, she materializes a magical seal above her forehead. However, the cat is confident that Rosiana can learn about Roxion's secret again if fate wills it. The whole next day, our heroine feels sleepy and tired. Belle is worried about her friend because she didn't return to the dorm before curfew yesterday. Smiling guiltily, Rosiana confesses to Belle that she doesn't remember last night. It seems she was in the library, but the memory of it is hazy, as if in a fog. Rosie notices that Belle looks happier today, and Lady Freya says that her brother is finally doing much better. She and Rosiana were also able to get out to the market, and Belle really enjoys walking with her friend. The girls are walking through a busy market square when suddenly a familiar, uneasy feeling makes Rosie look back. Belle immediately notices this, but our heroine reassures her that everything is fine. At that moment, Rosie did not notice the suspicious stranger in a robe hiding in the shadows. The girlfriends are having a great time in the city, enjoying the freedom and a beautiful warm day. However, at some point, the girls' path is blocked by armed robbers. They order Rosiana and Belle to follow them, and it seems our heroines have no choice. Half an hour ago, the friends were called out by the grandfather merchant, who noticed that the girls had dropped something. It turns out to be Belle's pass, and Lady Freya is about to thank the merchant when someone kicks him hard in the back. Belle immediately sat down next to her grandfather, wanting to help him, and Rosiana's attention was immediately drawn to the merchant's offenders. One of the robbers said that they couldn't trade wherever they wanted, but they were willing to spare the grandfather if he paid them only 3 gold coins. The grandfather said that he didn't have that kind of money, and then the bandits demanded that he cover the debt with goods. At this point, Belle decided to call the guards for help, but the robber only laughed at her, noting that no one would allow them to reach the guards. Wanting to resolve this situation as quickly as possible, Rosiana offers the bandits 2 gold coins and a precious brooch. As a student at the academy, our heroine cannot use her power against the townspeople, and this forces her to accept the bandits' terms. However, she and Belle have a self-defense spell on them, so Rosie wants to give the gold to the bandits and then call the guards. Turning the brooch over in his hands, the robber remains pleased with our heroine's compliance. The bandits leave, and the grandfather thanks his saviors with all his heart. Rosie suggests that Belle go to the guards and return to the academy immediately. However, the grandfather asks them to stay a little longer because he is ashamed to let them go without even thanking them. He invites Rosie and Belle to have a cup of tea with him, but Rosiana politely refuses the merchant, saying that they really need to hurry. Grandfather understands everything, but tears come to his eyes when he remembers that he had a granddaughter who looked very much like one of his saviors. Noticing this, kind-hearted Belle can no longer leave her grandfather alone, and so Rosie finally agrees to a cup of tea. The merchant takes the girls to his home, located on the outskirts of the city. Rosie and Belle look around anxiously, but Grandpa says that they will be there very soon. However, at this moment, Rosiana notices a blade hidden under her grandfather's clothes. He deliberately lured them into a trap, where the girls were captured by robbers. Belle blames herself for what happened, because it was she who agreed to go to visit the merchant. Rosie consoles her, noting that she herself realized everything too late, and that the only real culprits here are the bandits. At this moment, one of the robbers enters the room with the captives, and, touching Belle's hair, he says that he is sorry to let them go for a simple ransom. They are very beautiful, and would definitely fetch a premium at a slave auction. Rosiana demands that the bandit take his dirty hands off Belle immediately. Enraged, the robber roughly grabs our heroine, calling her a creature. Looking the bandit in the eyes, Rosie suggests that he stop doing stupid things and surrender to the guards right now. However, to Belle's horror, the robber hits Rosiana in the face, saying that she should have been gagged. He left them whole only because girls from good families fetch a good ransom, but now the bandit has changed his mind. Realizing that the robber attacked her first, our heroine decides to stand up for herself. However, she does not have time to use magic, because at that moment, the door to the room with the captives swings open with a bang. Joshua rushes to help Rosie and Belle, and upon seeing his sister's mutilated face, the young man becomes enraged. With a swing of his sword, Joshua instantly cuts off the bandit's hand. The robber screams loudly in pain, but Joshua does not hear him, saying that he should not have touched his sister. Having dealt with the villain, Joshua hurries to Rosiana and Belle, but at that moment, the door of the room swings open again. Frozen in surprise, our heroine sees Kadim and Roxanne. Noticing that Rosie is injured, Kadim freezes in place, gritting his teeth. He touches Rosiana gently, looking closely at her frightened face. Barely containing his anger, Kadim asks who dared to hurt Rosiana. However, Rosie only smiles guiltily, saying that she is fine and that she was waiting for the first blow from the bandits, since students are forbidden to use force outside the academy. Squeezing the girl's hands tightly, Kadim says that Rosiana is simply something. Our heroine realizes that her hands are shaking, although she was not afraid before. On neutral territory, very different people live side by side, and this often leads to conflicts. Public order is maintained by academy graduates and mercenaries, but students who have not yet completed their studies, but are already skilled with a sword, often join the ranks of volunteers. The academy is a safe area for students, and each student is given a special protective spell upon entering. If someone attacked a student in the area where normal people lived, a magical signal would immediately be sent to the night, so Rosiana wasn't too worried about being kidnapped. Joshua gently chides his sister for her carelessness, noting that he was very worried about her. At this moment, Rosiana's gaze falls on Roxanne, and she cannot hide her surprise. He was probably there because he was worried about his sister, but luckily Belle wasn't hurt. However, Roxanne was worried about more than just Belle, although Rosie doesn't know it now. The young man stares at Rosianna's swollen cheek, and his heart is once again filled with strangely contradictory feelings. Joshua treats the wound and puts a bandage on his sister's cheek. Looking at the tied-up robbers, the young man says that they will still get what they deserve, because of them, Rosie couldn't even walk around the city in peace. There is a good pastry shop not far from here, and Joshua suggests that the girls go there if they want. Following a long-standing habit, Kadim carefully feeds Rosianna a strawberry dessert. Joshua is irritated by this, and, unable to control himself, he knocks another piece of dessert off his fork. However, now Rosie is not worried about her brother's childish antics, but about Belle's condition. The girl looks upset, and our heroine suggests that she return to the academy. Belle says that she is fine, and that she likes the bakery, but she is very sorry that Rosianna got hurt because of her. Rosie didn't want to cause her friend so much grief, because it wasn't her fault that what happened. In the original, Belle always missed her days at the orphanage, although her life became much more fulfilling once she had a family. However, due to her status, Belle couldn't freely go outside the house, and after the awakening of the power, everything became really bad. But now, Rosianna just wanted to help her friend relax. Smiling, Rosie says that she was very happy to walk with Belle, and the meeting with the bandits was an unfortunate accident, but next time they will definitely have a good time. These words console Belle a little, and, smiling warmly, she thanks our heroine for her support. A few days later, the girls come to another lecture, enjoying the wonderful weather. However, instead of starting the lesson, the teacher wants to introduce someone to the students. Rosie is very surprised by this unexpected statement. All graduates of the academy are very talented people, and therefore it has many sponsors, and students receive scholarships from the referral program. In other words, the academy supports young talents, and this is very important for future students. Commoners and nobles who have lost their titles are usually accepted into the academy at an early age, and although accommodation is not free, it can be paid for with a stipend. After the start of training, the academy often accepts new students, mostly nobles, but aristocrats up to the age of 16 are mainly taught at home. They don't chase recognition, because it's much more important for them to establish connections, and as a result, they not only receive a diploma, but also make useful contacts. Therefore, it is easier to accept into the academy someone who can pay than someone who needs to be paid a stipend. There is no point in accepting a new student now, and Rosie understands that this is a special case. The teacher asks the new boy to greet his classmates, and taking a step forward, the boy says that he has come from the kingdom of Iter, and his name is Jaliet Liego. At the sight of Jaliet, Rosie's mouth falls open, unable to contain her emotions. He wasn't supposed to be there, but the boy approaches Rosie and asks if the seat next to her is free. Smiling sheepishly, Rosianna says that this place is not interesting, wondering what Jaliet is doing at the academy. He was supposed to appear only in the wizard's tower, but not now, when Belle was still a first year. Staring at the young man, Rosianna tries to figure out if his premature appearance is a coincidence. There is no logic in Jaliet's appearance now, because he is a genius who is destined to lead the magical community, and in the original, he did not enter the academy at all, considering it a waste of time. During the break, Jaliet offers Rosie a jelly bean, and Rosie accepts it only out of politeness, without intending to eat it. The young man offers the treat to Belle, and the unsuspecting girl happily takes the marmalade. Belle brings the candy to her mouth, but Rosianna doesn't want her friend to eat the marmalade. Rosie snapped her fingers, sending out a magical pulse that knocked the candy out of Belle's hands. Belle laments her own confusion, but Jaliet is very curious as to why Rosianna hasn't tried the marmalade yet. Rosie says she doesn't feel like having anything sweet right now, and Jaliet has to settle for that answer. But he asks Belle and Rosie to give him a tour of the academy. The young man says that he has a bad memory, but Rosianna knows perfectly well that this is a lie. However, our heroine cannot refuse Jaliet, because otherwise he would ask for Belle's excursion, and Rosie did not want this at all. First, Rosianna shows the new student a greenhouse for growing plants, which Jaliet is delighted with. Then, it's the turn of the medical office, and the young man once again expresses his admiration. The alchemy room amazes Jaliet with the number of potions, and Rosianna mentally wonders how long this circus will continue. Finally, our heroine shows Juliet a fencing class, and at that moment, someone calls her name. Turning around, Rosie sees Kadim in front of her, who has just finished his class. Kadim senses that something is wrong with Rosianna and looks around carefully. Noticing Juliet, the young man realizes that it is his presence that is bothering Rosie. Frowning, Kadim calls Rosie into the greenhouse to admire the blossoming flowers. Rosianna is eager to leave with him, and Belle offers to finish the tour for Juliet instead of her. But our heroine does not want to leave them alone. At this point, Juliet says that he already has a rough idea of the layout of the offices, and besides, they can continue the tour tomorrow. The next day, the girls meet Juliet in various places. Wherever they go, the young man, as if on purpose, ends up there too. Juliet is delighted with these lovely coincidences, but Rosianna is not at all pleased with them. Contrary to Rosie's hopes, the unsuspecting Belle is also pleasantly surprised by these amazing coincidences. Now Juliet is having lunch with them, and this depresses not only our heroine, but also Joshua. After classes are over, Rosianna comes to the library, thinking about the strange behavior associated with Juliet. The young man does not seem interested in Belle, but he constantly pursues Rosie. Our heroine tries to reach one of the books, but it is too high. Sighing heavily, the girl doesn't notice how someone quietly approaches her from behind. Juliet wants to help Rosianna, but for some reason, Rosie feels like she's trapped. The young man hands Rosianna the book she needs, and she thanks him discreetly. Only now she really wished that Juliet would move away a little. Smiling, the young man says that it is quite difficult because Rosie is so strict with him, and he is afraid of something that she does not like at all. Gently touching Rosianna's hand, Juliet asks what he can do to make her fall in love with him. Turning around abruptly, our heroine asks what Juliet is even talking about. Continuing to grin, the young man transforms into Belle, noting that it is indeed difficult, but very fun. Maybe if he looked like Rosianna's close friend, she wouldn't be so indifferent anymore. Rosie doesn't understand how Juliet managed to do this, but he is clearly trying to get something out of her. Taking Rosianna's hand, Juliet says that he never forgets people he meets by chance. Rosie asks him to stop this masquerade, noting that otherwise she will not talk to him. Realizing that Rosianna is bored with pretense, the young man once again transforms into himself. Juliet snaps her fingers, creating a protective dome around herself and our heroine. The dome instantly fills the library space, illuminating it with a dim greenish light. Although there is no one here, caution certainly does not hurt, because Juliet has something to discuss with Rosianna. Rosie decides to ask the young man directly what he wants from her. After thinking for a moment, Juliet asks our heroine what could be more important than a client's trust. He was still keeping an eye on those Rosie had asked for, and her second request, concerning the Empress and Viscount Portman, seemed rather odd to him. Rosianna reminds Juliet that he had already obtained this information for her, and now she knows that the Viscount and the Empress had met many times, and that their acquaintance took place at an auction when Sylvia bought flowers from Elasia, which cost a fortune, but immediately withered. The Elasia clan used to live on the border of the country, and the Empress is from there. But in the past, the clan's lands were destroyed by wars, and now this family is considered extinct. The Elasian flower is the clan's symbol, and does not fade even in winter, but it can only grow on the soil of Elasian lands. If it was put up for auction, it must have been planted on clan land, but Juliet can't figure out why the temperature-resistant flower still wilted. Rosianna guesses that by asking this question, Juliet wants to test her. She only asked for information about the meetings between the Empress and the Viscount, but he himself decided to tell her more. There is no further information about the deal between Sylvia and Portman. There is also no information about the auction items that are related to the Empress's hobby, but Rosie still finds Juliet's report useful, as it cleared up her doubts. She believes that the precious flowers withered in an instant because the soil they grew in was used for something else. Rosie thinks it was used to grow knife leaves, which grow in any soil. However, it is on the soil of the Elasia clan that the tips of these leaves turn red. Knife leaves are an excellent material for subduing slaves, but due to their rarity, they were only used on special occasions. The auction house used leaves to tame Kadim, but it didn't work. In addition, Nif leaves only work on those who have not yet awakened magic. However, if the child is strong from birth, the leaves will be useless. While training under Viscount Portman, Joshua ate candies made from nif leaves, and if Rosie hadn't realized this, Jaliet would have been disappointed. Because having received information about the Empress, she was able to put together the missing pieces. These words make the young man laugh merrily. Looking up at Rosianna, Jaliet admits that she really is the best client he has ever had. He wouldn't have been disappointed in her anyway, because Rosie is valuable in herself. But now Jaliet wants to give our heroine a gift for making him laugh. After his first meeting with Rosianna, Jaliet learned that she was the adopted daughter of Duke Blancourt. The Empress has a good reputation. She is nice to everyone, despite her origin, and therefore the people love her. But her meeting with an insignificant Viscount looks interesting. That's why Jaliet decided to find out as much as possible. But soon the Viscount, who was Joshua's mentor, disappeared without a trace. His father suddenly returns home, and soon he has an adopted daughter, with whose arrival some people began to act differently. Many are convinced that the Empress really does grow nymph leaves. In addition, after the Viscount's disappearance, a fire broke out in the Empress's greenhouse, destroying all possible evidence. But even if the leaves had remained, it would have been difficult to blame the Empress, since many do not know about their effects, and the people idolize her. The Empress was born in Elysia, and many people like her clan bowed their heads to the Empire for survival. But she will not be loyal to an emperor who made her people suffer. But people adore her and will not believe that she could commit evil deeds. However, at some point, Sylvia set her sights on Joshua, wanting to conquer him. At first, she kept the second prince in check, and Rosianna believed that the Empress was doing this to strengthen Prince Alan's position. But Sylvia should have known that the leaves would not work on a person with a strong aura, because their effect would disappear immediately after awakening. In the original, the Empress dies at the hands of Helios, who didn't care much about what people thought of him. However, Rosianna's behavior differs from the books, and Jaliet, contrary to the plot, also ended up at the academy. In that case, the Empress's death is also not a fact, and having failed with Joshua, she may well be plotting something else. Jaliet picks up the book that fell to the floor, saying that Rosianna is the only one who can understand his thoughts, and the only true gift is a possible future. Jaliet reminds our heroine of the time when a magician visited her after she fainted. Rosie remembers this, but this magician was sent to her by the Empress herself. Rosianna does not understand how this could happen, because after the death of the Viscount, the estate's security system was strengthened, and a magician with evil intentions would not be able to enter the house. If an enemy tried to penetrate from the outside, he would activate the suppression mode, neutralizing any sounds, and no one would hear his screams. Smiling, Jaliet notes that the mage didn't even know that he was under the Empress's control. However, in the end, it was not the sent magician who arrived at the estate, but Jaliet himself. Rosie freezes in surprise, not understanding how this could have happened, because in that case, the Duke should have noticed the magical trace left by Jaliet. The young man says that he was simply worried about Rosianna and decided to visit her, despite the increased security. Transforming into a bird, Jaliet followed the court magician as he headed to the Duke's house. And it was at that moment that the young man felt that something strange was happening to the magician. Jaliet asks Rosie if she understands the difference between regular black magic and witchcraft. Black magic, unlike witchcraft, pollutes the mana of the one who uses it. Witchcraft, on the other hand, taints the mana of the person the spell is cast upon. But this taint is shed after the spell is completed, like a snake's skin. Rosianna understands that Jaliet asked this question for a reason, and guesses that the magician sent by the Empress was convicted of witchcraft. This guess turns out to be correct, and Jaliet says that he wants to give our heroine another gift. Few can use witchcraft, and at the moment, many talented sorcerers belong to the Empress's clan. However, only the leader and his closest relatives had the right to perform magic. In addition, practicing witchcraft requires offerings and the purest mana. But even witchcraft has a weak side, because when the spell wears off, the identity of the sorcerer can be established. Jaliet began to dig further and found out that it was the Empress who cast the spell on the magician. Smiling modestly, Jaliet notes that he is an excellent magician, but very few people know about it. The flowers given to him by Rosie were of great help to him, as they react to the contaminated mana of not only demons, but also humans. The bewitched mage was not supposed to say anything, so the Empress limited his memories while he was under the spell, but Jaliet tried to get around them. The youth gave the mage the purified essence of the Tatari mushroom flowers, and the flowers reacted to the corrupted mana, showing the dreams of the Empress herself. The magician himself, of course, could not understand that he was under the influence of a spell. If I may say so, the polluted mana had a dream where a mage was investigating the Duke's estate on the orders of the Empress, and in order for Sylvia to receive false information, Jaliet corrected some things in this dream. He made the Empress believe that the Duke's adopted daughter had not woken up, but her condition was returning to normal, and although Cartel was doing his duty, he did not particularly care for his adopted daughter. Rosie doesn't understand how he managed to do this, because although the flowers do work on people affected by the taint, the memory change wasn't even in the original plot. Rosianna wants to understand why Jaliet told her about this, and what the real reason for his kindness is. The young man says that he is only acting according to the take-and-return principle, but our heroine has not given him anything yet. Jaliet smirks, noting that he has no hidden intentions, and only decided to share information with Rosie. But Rosianna knows that nothing in this world comes easy, and the easier it is to obtain information, the more doubts arise about its veracity. Jaliet says that his gift is not a lie, but rather a bribe, and suddenly asks if Rosianna knows that there are bald spots in her mana. That day, he told the Duke the pure truth, but he still kept silent about one thing. These words make Rosie angry, and she hits Jaliet on the hand, because when it comes to illness, it is absolutely necessary to tell the truth. But he hid something. Jaliet smiled, finding the girl's behavior cruel, but he himself was not happy about having to hide the information about her contaminated mana. These words make Rosianna freeze in surprise, and she involuntarily remembers her first conversation with the teacher. That day, Assel told her that the first step in learning magic is accepting and understanding yourself. Only then can the mage understand how much mana he can hold and how to use it. However, he noticed that there is a gap in our heroine's mana vessel. Mana is the sum of spiritual and vital force, and if there is a crack in its vessel, then there is something wrong with the soul. There are many diseases in the world, but Assel has never heard of a disease that destroys mana, and there is only one study similar to Rosianna's case. Long ago, a mage experimented on animals, extracting mana from young test subjects and transplanting it into old ones. The teacher asked Rosie what happened to the old animals when they were transplanted with mana filled with life force. Thinking about it, Rosianna suggested that two completely different mana should repel each other, like water and oil. Assel found this answer interesting and said that as a result, the strong mana absorbed the weak one, and in the process, something similar to a crack appeared. However, Rosie's case is a little different, because despite the crack, the mana, like a wound, heals and becomes one whole, but half of the girl's mana is contaminated. The corruption does not spread, but the teacher cannot understand why Rosianna's mana became like this, and the girl believes that it is due to the imprint of the brainwashing. However, Assel believes that this is not the reason at all. In the original, Rosianna's mana was also polluted, indicating a corrupted soul, and this effect usually appears after making a deal with a sorcerer. But due to the crack in the mana vessel, this pollution does not spread. Our heroine knows that in the future, this phenomenon will happen more and more often, and it will mainly affect ordinary people who lost their homes after the demons attacked. Due to the polluted mana, they will be unable to control themselves and will go mad, becoming like real monsters. There will come an era of chaos, where people either died or killed, and according to the plot, Belle will want to stop the spread of filth. But even the priestess's healing power is not enough to cleanse the polluted mana. There will be no salvation for the infected, and there is nothing Belle can do to fix it. However, a little later, she learns about the purifying power of the ice ore from the Hamel Duchy and the branches of the harem tree, but even this information will be useless, because the ore will already begin to become contaminated by that time. Trying to remain calm, Rosianna says that she doesn't know whether her mana is contaminated or not, and Jaliet, not being a sorcerer, can't be sure either. However, the young man is convinced that he is right, noting that their cases are different, but nevertheless somewhat similar. Rosie remembers that Jaliet was a secretive character in the original, but she can't figure out how they could be similar. The young man does not want to reveal the whole truth to Rosianna, but says that even without this vile power, he is strong enough. Joliet doesn't want to touch on the subject any further, returning to what he wants from our heroine in exchange for the information he receives. First of all, he wants to know how Rosie learned the guild's password, which is known only to its members. In addition, she somehow understood that Joliet Liego was the head of the organization, without being able to distinguish Mana. Looking into Joliet's eyes, Rosianna feels as if she is standing in front of an insurmountable wall. Joliet thinks Rosie is quite a curious lady, and he is sure that the future will be very eventful, and therefore he wants to stay close to her. The young man asks Rosianna to treat him as if he were her old friend. Joliet will leave when his interest wanes, but it will be useful for her to have such a talented man as a friend. Rosie fears that Joliet's talent could backfire on her, because keeping him close would lead her to engage in a completely reckless adventure. But if she can still hold on to him, Joliet could become Rosianna's best ally and support. The Empress enters the bedroom of her son, who is suffering from terrible pain. Alain feels like his skin is peeling off his body, and that something is crawling in his head, and he asks his mother to kill him. However, Sylvia cannot get rid of her worthless son, because he himself said that he wants to become stronger, and now all he does is cry, without bringing an ounce of benefit. Unlike the useless crybaby Alain, his brother Helaus was born with incredible power and now does incredible things, but it is the first prince who must be blessed. But if this continues, Alain will not become the crown prince and will die at the hands of his brother, and the Empress will not take the place that is rightfully hers. Sylvia's eyes glow red, and touching Alain's face, he asks him to accept this power. He must get the throne for his mother, no matter what it takes. Leaving her son's bedroom, the Empress wonders if what she gave him is enough, because the energy is gathering faster and faster. But it is still impossible to collect enough without desecration, and to feed Alain, even more despair and filth is needed. At this moment, the Empress notices one of her maids and orders her to speak. The girl in the bloody dress tells Sylvia that the second prince has returned to the palace. However, Helaus noticed her when she was taking the medicine from the mage tower, and now the prince plans to meet with His Majesty the Emperor. Sylvia thanks the maid for her help, but after Helaus noticed her, she became useless to the Empress. The Empress orders the girl to take a dagger and cut off her tongue, then gouge out her eyes, return to her room and hang herself, and when she stops breathing, the spell will dissipate. Sylvia enters the palace, where the Emperor himself is already waiting to meet his son. Tereus Lafrance Drago notices that the Empress is in a great hurry to see the second prince. Sylvia is thrilled about the Empire Star's imminent return, saying that as a mother, she can't help but be eager to see her son. The Empress congratulates Helaus on his return, but he does not return the warm greeting. The Emperor pats his son on the shoulder, saying that he was confident of Helaus's success. However, the young man squeezes Tereus's hand tightly, making it clear that he is not craving praise at all, but the reward he has earned by fighting hordes of monsters. Tereus's face falls in surprise, but he quickly pulls himself together. He is glad that his son grew up to be straightforward, and despite his arrogance, Helaus truly deserves the award. The Emperor is ready to fulfill any wish of the young man, but asks to voice it a little later, because now both he and the Empress need to rest. Helaus follows Sylvia, noticing that the man she thought should have died has returned alive, which is simply miraculous. The Empress pretends not to understand what the second prince is telling her. Then, Helaus asks her directly what happened to the man who pointed the poisoned dagger at him, and besides, before that, she poisoned his mother. Sylvia smiles calmly, stating that she does not understand why the prince says such outrageous things to her. He returned from the battlefield safe and sound, and as a mother, she is very happy about it. Hearing these words, Helaus calls the Empress crazy. After all, she tricked the Emperor into locking him and his mother in the tower. And when Helaus turned 13, Sylvia decided to poison his mother and simply cripple the boy. Apparently, the Empress did not think that the second prince could find out the truth, but he remembers all this pain and will make her suffer many times more. Having wished Sylvia good night, the young man leaves, leaving the Empress alone with her own bitter thoughts. Life at the Academy gradually entered into a familiar rhythm for Rosianna. Unlike the original novel, the Blancourt brothers became good friends. Belle's daily routine is also quite calm and carefree, and even her friendship with Juliet doesn't seem to have any negative impact on her. Rosianna didn't interfere much with the plot, but the behavior of all the characters in the novel changed significantly. Our heroine would be happy if it were just a romantic story, because then, being a secondary character, she would simply watch the love of the main characters. At this moment, Rosie's pleasant thoughts are interrupted by an obsessive cough. Kadim immediately notices this and asks if everything is okay with Rosianna. The young man looks intently at our heroine, trying to understand her condition. Kadim's appearance makes Rosie think that he, too, is not behaving like in the original, and she herself is not obsessed with him, as in the book. However, their connection was still not broken, because Kadim voluntarily remains close to Rosianna and protects her. Rosie doesn't know what's on his mind, but she has one dream connected with him and Belle. If he falls in love with her friend, Rosianna will support him, because she hopes that this time he will be truly happy. Gently touching our heroine's forehead, Kadim notices that she has a fever and needs to go to the medical center. A little later, Rosie, Kadim, Belle, and Juliet are walking down the alley discussing the lectures. Suddenly, our heroine hears someone's pitiful cry, begging for help. Looking around the corner, Rosianna sees two young men, one of whom is begging the other for mercy. However, the blonde-haired boy pins the second one against the wall, noting that he has no other choice. It was to him that the traitor owed his life, and having become a spy, he must bear responsibility for his choice. The blonde boy's hand tightened around the spy's neck, trying to say that Her Majesty was simply worried about her son. At this moment, Rosianna recognizes the second prince, and, hearing the voice of our heroine, Helios immediately turns around. Not knowing what to do, our heroes freeze in place in amazement. The prince's hand reluctantly unclenches, and he leaves the spy alone. One glance at Rosianna instantly calms Helios. But Rosianna herself does not understand what the second prince is doing here, because he was supposed to hunt monsters. Coming closer to Rosie, Helios says that he did not try to kill the traitor even after he learned the truth. He does not bear evil like the rest of the imperial family, because he did not kill the spy immediately. The next moment, Helios tightly hugs Rosianna, who is speechless with surprise. Rosie has no idea how much the second prince wanted to see her. Wanting to be alone, Rosianna goes to the library. Ever since she came to the academy, there have been many inconsistencies with the original, and Helios and Juliet have given Rosie a headache. Hugging her, the second prince said that Rosie's gift had been very useful. Rosianna realized that he was talking about the ice ore artifact, and it was probably because of it that he ended his monster hunt so early. From the day Rosie gave him the gift until now, the desire for this embrace had been languishing in Helios's heart, and although he must leave now, he would return very soon. Rosianna doesn't understand how the prince could say such things to her without a shred of shame, and she suspects that Helios must have misunderstood something. One way or another, now our heroine must focus on preparing for exams. In the original story, Rosianna showed her magical talent in her very first exam. Rosie isn't worried about the written assignment, but for the practical test, she'll need a lot of mana and self-control. Thinking about this, our heroine slowly falls into a deep sleep. After some time, Kadim discovers the girl sleeping peacefully in the library. Taking Rosianna in his arms, the young man carefully carries her out of the library. The fresh evening breeze makes our heroine wake up, and she reluctantly opens her eyes. Rosie is very surprised to see Kadim, but the young man is very worried about her condition. She looks unwell, but completely forgot to go to the medical center. Besides, Kadim really wants to know who the blonde man was who hugged her. However, at the last moment, he holds back, deciding that this question would sound tactless. Kadim gives Rosianna the medicine that he took specially for her from the medical center. Rosie thanks him and asks how he knew where to find her. But Kadim knows very well that when Rosianna is restless, she finds a quiet place and reads abstruse books. Our heroine smiles cheerfully, noting that Kadim knows her even better than she does. The young man smiles kindly back at Rosie, telling her that she needs to take a pill and have a good rest. She worked hard, and Kadim is confident that Rosianna will pass all her exams with flying colors. But now her temperature is rising, and realizing that arguing is useless, Rosie thanks her friend for his care and kindness. 3 days later, the day of the exam arrives, and our heroine passes the written part without much difficulty. Belle is concerned about her friend's ill health and advises Rosie to ask the professor for time off. However, Rosianna says that she is fine, although in fact she is really not well. The professor warns students that those who abandon the exam midway will not be able to proceed to the second semester, and violators will not receive a grade and will have to attend classes during the holidays. Students going to the forest test will be provided with personal assistance, and there are 30 minutes left before the main task begins. While waiting for the exam, Rosianna sits down on a bench, thinking about how bad she feels. At that moment, our heroine feels someone poking her in the cheek, noticing that her face has turned the color of strawberries. Smiling warmly, Jaliet says that Rosie can count on him if things get tough. But Rosianna refuses Jaliet's offer, saying that she must pass this test herself. The young man is not eager to go into the forest, but he is offended by such a firm refusal. Jaliet wants to take Rosie's hand, but she remarks that she doesn't care whether he's offended or not. Intertwining Rosianna's fingers with his own, the young man reproaches our heroine for cruelty. However, he guesses that Rosie seems to have already made a promise to someone else. At this moment, Rosianna hears Kadim's voice, standing a few meters away from her. He immediately notices that Juliet is holding Rosie's hand, and his teeth clench in anger. With a playful grin, Jaliet brings Rosina's hand to her lips, kissing it tenderly. Looking our heroine in the eyes, the young man wishes her to pass the exam with flying colors. Jaliet acts like he's in love with Rosianna, and it really pisses Kadim off. However, when left alone with Rosie, the young man quickly calms down and asks how she feels. Rosianna thanks Kadim for his concern and says that she feels much better than yesterday. However, our heroine's forehead is still burning, and it seems to Kadim that this heat is only getting stronger. He reminds Rosie that it is supposed to rain this afternoon and asks her to take care of herself. Soon the professor announces the start of the exam, and the students anxiously await their turn. Finally, it's Rosianna's turn, and gathering her courage, the girl takes a step forward. Our heroine needs to go through a labyrinth of forest, but her path is shrouded in thick fog. Rosie wanders along the same paths and feels like she is wandering in circles, lost. After all, she had already seen these trees, these stones, and these flowers. However, there is no need to panic, because this exam was planned in advance. The maze is the first stage of the task, and it is designed to exhaust the students. The thick fog will not disappear until the trial is over, and Rosianna does not want to disperse it with magic, so as not to waste mana. However, if she stays in the forest for a long time in this state, she will simply collapse. In the original, Rosianna was able to find the end of the maze by simply going straight ahead, but this is not a complete test, so she should be on her guard. Our heroine tries to cheer herself up, but the feeling of oppressive loneliness makes her tremble slightly. Suddenly, Rosie hears a suspicious sound, like someone crying. She heads towards the source of the sound, hoping it is a person and not a ghost. A few seconds later, our heroine sees a young man sitting on the ground. The young man is crying bitterly, and judging by his folded hands, he is offering up prayers. Rosie quietly calls out to him, but the young man gets seriously scared and runs into the forest. Hiding behind the nearest tree, the young man clasps his head in his hands and closes his eyes. However, noticing that there is a man standing in front of him, he quickly comes to his senses. Having calmed down, the student thanks Rosianna for her help, because up until this moment, he had been walking in circles for a long time, and then this fog appeared, and he completely panicked. However, after talking with our heroine, he felt much better. After a short silence, the young man says that he can't do anything anyway, since he escaped from the custody of the priests. Rosianna doesn't understand what he's talking about, but she doesn't have time to properly question her new acquaintance. Rosie looks up and notices a glowing blue crystal hanging in the air. Crystal congratulated the students on completing the shadow labyrinth, but now they must complete their first task. Students must carve their name into a tree using magic, demonstrating their ability to manipulate mana. For successfully completing this task, the student will receive 100 points, and only the student whose name is engraved on the tree will be able to move on to the second task. Rosie knows that this task only seems easy because the students lose a lot of mana due to the fog, and some even spend mana on spells, panicking. This is exactly what happened to her new acquaintance when he got lost in the forest. Rosie wants to engrave her name as high as possible, and since she didn't spend any mana, it won't be difficult. With the staff, It will be easier for her to gather mana together, and therefore easier to use. Raising her staff up, Rosianna concentrates and sends out a magical pulse. Within seconds, her name is emblazoned on a wooden trunk above all the others. This delights Rosie's new friend, and he cannot hide his admiration. Once again thanking his savior, the young man says that he would never have managed without her help. Suddenly, he asks Rosianna to give him her hand, and after thinking a little, our heroine decides to do it. She touches the young man's palm with her fingers, not understanding what he wants to do. Closing his eyes and squeezing Rosianna's hand tightly, the young man activates his magic staff. After a few seconds, Rosie is surprised to notice that the headache that had been bothering her all this time has finally subsided. However, the young man seemed to have used up the last of his strength for this. However, he is glad that he was able to help Rosianna, because she was in really bad shape. Rosie knows that only magicians who wield the power of light have the gift of healing, and she realizes that this young man must have mentioned priests for a reason. Our heroine thanks the young man from the bottom of her heart, admitting that this headache greatly interfered with her concentration. These words make the young man smile happily, and he suggests that Rosianna move on to the next stage of the exam. Rosie comes to the fork in the road for the second task and meets one of the students there. The girl breathes heavily, saying that this is her third attempt to guess the riddle. Her strength is clearly running out, and with a sigh, the student enters the portal located between the two paths, wanting to return to the beginning of the exam. In completing a task called the loop, the student must choose one of two paths, the first of which leads to the solution of the riddle, and the second to another fork. The path must be chosen very carefully, and Rosianna closes her eyes, realizing that she needs to concentrate properly. One of the paths seems to have been created specifically for the task, while the second, on the contrary, is distinguished by some kind of heterogeneity. After thinking for a moment, Rosie chooses the left path and takes a few cautious steps forward. She finds herself in a foggy forest again, but for some reason, our heroine's path is blocked by a huge rock. The next moment, the rock begins to fall apart with a roar, and in the resulting free space, Rosianna sees an elegant white door. The crystal hovering above the door congratulates Rosie on completing the second task, saying that she must now open the door and enter it. In the next task, students must use a magic staff and not cast more than 3 spells. The third stage tests the students' observation skills and their ability to control the quality of the magic they use. After passing through the passage, Rosianna finds herself in a small garden with sleeping students. They failed to complete this task, as they fell under the spell of the Sleepy Fairy, a gentle and beautiful creature who wielded wind magic. Rosie has seen this creature in textbooks, so she knows what the Sleepy Fairy is capable of and how to avoid its attack. In the original novel, Rosianna easily accomplished this task by using force to overpower the monster, but our heroine is currently not feeling well, so Rosie decides to get through this stage with a little trick. The girl swings her staff and casts her first spell. Rosianna uses transformation magic that doesn't require much power and turns into a small flower pot. Rosie, in plant form, moves towards the fairy, moving her tiny legs, but at some point she accidentally steps on a branch. The sleepy fairy immediately wakes up, looking around in bewilderment. Rosianna freezes in place, hoping that she will be able to trick the fairy. Not noticing anything suspicious, the fairy yawns sweetly and falls asleep again. Rosie continues on her way and finally reaches her destination, coming right up to the fairy's sofa. In order to complete this task, our heroine needs to leave the garden through the back door. However, the door is locked, and the key to it is the decoration from the head of the sleepy fairy. Rosianna tries to carefully pull out the key in the form of a purple crystal, but at some point her movements become too hasty. The sleepy fairy wakes up again, but this time she fails to catch Rosie off guard. Yawning, the fairy happily returns to her favorite activity. Rosianna had to use a second spell and invisibility magic, but it was worth it. Rosie pulls the key out of the fairy's hair and quietly walks towards the door. Now all she can do is run away. But at that moment, our heroine is suddenly overcome by a strong cough. The sleepy fairy immediately wakes up, wanting to punish the student who prevented her from resting. The fairy uses wind magic, but Rosianna remembers that she has one more spell left in reserve. She knew that something like this could happen, and so she was ready to withstand the powerful wind flow of the sleepy fairy. Using her staff, Rosie creates a magical shield that reflects the wind blast. Desperately defending herself, Rosianna tries to open the door with the crystal. Finally, she succeeds, and the girl quickly enters the opened passage. Rosie slams the door behind her, and it immediately merges with the rock, preventing the fairy from opening it from the other side. Rosianna sighs tiredly, thinking about how many points she managed to score on the exam. She is glad that she managed to get out of the garden, but at that moment, it starts to rain in the forest. Kadim warned Rosie about the coming bad weather, but she didn't think the rain would be so heavy. Our heroine returns to the crystal hovering above the ground, which congratulates her on passing the room of the sleepy fairy. To complete the third task, the student must take the magic stone in his hands and feel its magic. After this, the student must go to the forest, where a huge number of similar stones are hidden, and find a crystal of the same power as this one, and the found stone can be taken as a reward. Rosianna completed 2 tasks, and this is enough to get into the student council. On the one hand, Rosie understands that she should go back and rest, but on the other hand, she knows that such stones are endowed with special powers. Now that Kadim is not around like in the original, this stone could be very useful to her. This task seems quite simple, but Rosianna understands that it will be quite difficult to complete. Such a task requires a great deal of concentration, and only a powerful mage like Jaliet could easily handle it. Rosianna senses a huge amount of magic around her, but she only needs to find one true path. After concentrating hard, Rosie notices a curious magical flow, which she decides to follow. The stream leads our heroine across a flimsy wooden bridge, and Rosianna clearly feels that the stone is on the opposite bank. The bridge sways dangerously in the wind, but Rosie tries to calm herself by grabbing the rope railing. Rosianna crosses the bridge with caution and slowness. However, at that moment, a huge stone falls from the cliff towering above the bridge. The boulder easily tears off the base of the rope bridge, and Rosie realizes that now she can only hope for a miracle. She almost manages to reach the other bank, but she lacks just a split second before the last jump. Wooden fragments of the bridge and small stones fall into the turbulent mountain river. At the last moment, our heroine manages to grab hold of a wet, rocky ledge with her hand. However, Rosie feels that her strength is running out, and she cannot hold out for long. It becomes difficult for her to control the mana that keeps her in the air. And at that moment, Rosianna feels someone grab her hand with force. Her strength leaves her, but Rosie still hears Kadim's loud cry calling her name. Our heroine falls into a restless sleep and dreams of her first meeting with Kadim. Then Schwarlin said that this boy would have to become her protector. However, at that moment, Kadim was more of a danger to little Rosie. However, his anger was held in check by a magical collar that prevented the boy from breaking the metal chain that bound him to the wall. Schwarlin knew that as long as Kadim had this collar on, he would not be able to hurt his daughter. But Rosie wasn't afraid of Kadim, but rather worried about him, because at that moment he looked sick and exhausted. Moreover, our heroine guessed that the boy was very scared. Rosie was eager to make Kadim's life less painful, so she started bringing him food. At first, the boy did not want to eat the food brought by Rosianna, but Rosie didn't insist, and simply left baskets of food next to his cage. Hunger proved stronger than pride, and eventually, Kadim began to accept treats. Rosianna began to come to the tower more often, trying to talk to the boy each time. Of course, Kadim did not immediately trust Rosie, but our heroine did not give up. And after some time, the boy began to approach his well-wisher closer and closer. Their meeting happened spontaneously, but Rosianna immediately understood that in the future, she would give Kadim the right to choose. He had to choose his own path and decide whether to leave or stay with Rosie. Our heroine was ready to let Kadim go when the time came, but she didn't have to do it. Thinking about Kadim's fate, Rosianna cries in her sleep without realizing it. But at some point, she feels someone's warm fingers wiping away her tears. Rosie's eyes widen, and she realizes that she is in the arms of Kadim, who for some reason is naked to the waist. The young man is worried about Rosianna's condition and immediately asks how she feels. Our heroine does not immediately come to her senses and has difficulty remembering what happened to her. Kadim had asked her not to overwork herself, and now Rosie guiltily apologizes to him, noting that she must have been overexcited. Kadim is glad that Rosianna is okay, and besides, the cave he found seems to be restoring mana, and soon Rosie should feel much better from the herbs that Kadim gave her. At this point, Rosianna feels a strange taste in her mouth, similar to the chuchuri herb. But, following Kadim's insistence, she obediently swallows the medicine. Now, our heroine decides to ask one question that has been bothering her from the very beginning. She asks Kadim why he is naked, and this question takes the young man by surprise. After apologizing to Rosie, he reminds her that her clothes were soaking wet, so he changed her into his. Kadim asks Rosianna not to worry, noticing that he changed her clothes with his eyes closed, and these words make Rosie involuntarily blush. The young man believes that Rosianna should rest a little more, and, hugging our heroine to himself, Kadim reminds her that she has enough time to complete the third task. Rosie feels very comfortable and warm next to Kadim, and enjoying his embrace, she becomes completely calm. The young man clearly enjoys being her hot water bottle, and the thought makes Rosie laugh. Rosianna closes her eyes and wonders how Kadim managed to find her and come to her aid at the very moment she needed it. Rosie compares the young man to a knight from a fairy tale, because whenever she gets into trouble, he always appears next to her, like a guardian angel. Looking at the bright tongues of hot flame, Kadim indulges in memories. He clearly understood all of Rosianna's feelings from the moment they first met. And when they met for the second time, the young man again realized that he still felt Rosie and did not want to let her go. After the exam, Rosianna is taken to the infirmary, and a few days later, Joshua scolds his sister severely for not taking care of herself at all. However, Rachel asks her younger brother to calm down and stop swearing. Rosie had slept for 2 whole days and had only recently woken up, so his lectures could wait. Rachel is sure that Rosianna had a good reason for doing what she did, but she really should take better care of her health. Belle supports Rachel's opinion, remembering how Rosie fainted on the day they first met. Then, Belle was in fear the whole time until Rosianna came to consciousness. Rosie sheepishly reminds her friend that she is okay now and asks her to stop crying. But Belle asks our heroine to promise her that she will take better care of herself in the future. Wanting to reassure her loved ones, Rosianna makes this promise to her friend. Sighing, Joshua asks Rosie why she is trying so hard and ruining herself. She was already the best in the class, but this announcement comes as unexpected news to Rosianna. Although it was an accident, our heroine thought that she would be reprimanded for Kadim's interference, but she still managed to find the magic stone in the cave where they were hiding. Rosie suddenly felt a pulsation of power very close to her, the trace of which she had found in the forest. A strong aura led the girl deeper into the cave, and Rosianna boldly followed this path. In the end, she managed to find the magic stone and complete the third exam task. This helped Rosianna gain even more confidence in the reality of what was happening. According to the plot, Rosianna also found a stone before the end of the exam, but the stone found by our heroine amazed her with its enormous size. Rosie tries to figure out if this is the same stone as the original, but at that moment, Kadim calls out to her. Pinching the girl on the cheek, Kadim reminds his friend that it is time for her to get ready to go home, because the academy has started its holidays. Rosianna, Joshua, and Rachel go to the estate with Kadim, as he is worried that Rosie might get sick again. However, our heroine has not been home for a long time, and does not know whether she can invite a friend without warning the Duke about it. Rachel reassures her sister, noting that their father would certainly be only happy to see his daughter saved. At this moment, our heroes notice Duke Blancourt himself, who wished to meet his children in person. Rosie is very happy to see her adoptive father, and this joy is absolutely mutual. However, Rosianna never imagined that the cartel would decide to meet her in person. The Duke notes that all this time he has communicated with his daughter only through letters, but it is much more pleasant to talk in real life. Cartel asks his children what life is like at the academy, and Joshua immediately complains to his father that Rosie is overworked as usual. However, the Duke already knows about everything thanks to Rachel, and considers this case quite serious. The academy needs to do a better job of monitoring student safety, and the bridge incident was a case in point, and the cartel intends to make an official statement about it. But right now, he is most worried about Rosie's condition, because the Duke heard that she had a strong fever, and he would rush immediately if the parents were allowed to come to the academy. Rosianna smiles sheepishly, realizing who her brother Joshua takes after. The cartel notes that Rosie shouldn't be shy about asking for a reward for Kadim, since he saved his daughter. Rosianna thanks the Duke for his kindness, realizing that she was wrong to worry that the cartel would be unhappy with the appearance of an uninvited guest. After returning home, the Duke wants to listen to the stories of his children. Rosie smiles happily, wanting to tell the cartel what she promised to find out. Before doing so, however, she asks Joshua to leave the room for a moment. Joshua is confused by this request, because he does not understand what his sister could possibly say. Rosianna understands his feelings and explains that her story will touch on some of Joshua's most unpleasant memories. She's referring to Viscount Portman, the teacher who bullied him as a child. Joshua's hand clenches involuntarily, but he notices that he is no longer a small child who would tremble with fear. And even if something happens again, he has a father he can rely on, and a sister who will always help with advice, and a brother who will always get Joshua out of any trouble. Rosianna tells the Duke everything she has managed to find out about the Empress's clan, but it seems that he himself guessed all this. Rosianna was certain that the Empress was behind the story with Joshua, but she could not understand her intentions, and therefore did not share her thoughts with the cartel. The Duke thanks his daughter for her story and says that he has something to tell too. In fact, the Empress had always had a strange attraction to the Blancourt family, and that was probably why she decided to torment Joshua. Hearing these words, Rosie believes that in this case, Hestan's curse may also be connected to the Empress. Usually, such curses are cast through black magic or witchcraft, and such power is only within the power of the Empress's clan. Our heroine asks the Duke to tell her about the state Heston was in before the curse was placed on her. This question makes Cartel remember the last days spent next to his beloved wife. Hestana gently touched his face, begging her husband not to look at her like that. It was time for him to leave, but he could not part with his beloved wife. He couldn't leave her alone, especially knowing the situation she was in. However, Heston would be very sad, because if the cartel had stayed with her, many people would have died at the hands of demons. Then the Duke asked if she was afraid of being left alone, and Heston said that she was afraid, because this had happened twice already, but she regretted much more that she could not cover his back, since now she had to stay in Hamel. Cartel promised his wife that he would return very soon, but on the day of his return, Hestana did not come out to meet him. Someone sealed it before the Duke had time to return from the battle with the demons, and when Cartel touched it, he felt an ominous aura emanating from that ice. Inside him, time seemed to have stopped moving, and mana was gradually evaporating, and nothing would change until the curse was lifted. Rosianna remembers that Hamel is considered a place with a strong cleansing aura, and if the sinister aura there never disappears, sooner or later the duchy will be filled with filth. But if you try to unravel this ball, you can find a solution to both the curse and the pollution, and so Rosie decides to go to Hamel. That same evening, Rosianna hears someone knocking on the door of her room. Seeing Kadim on the threshold, our heroine invites him inside. Rosie pours tea and sits down at the table, but Kadim gently chides her for not even asking who was standing behind her door. However, Rosianna was waiting for Kadim, because she had one important request for him. Rosie hands the young man a small box, inside which is the magic stone she found. Rosianna cannot figure out what type it is, so she asks Kadim to give the stone to the master. The young man is ready to do this, but, in his opinion, it would be better if Rosie handed over the stone herself. Rosianna really wanted to visit the teacher, but this visit will have to be postponed, because tomorrow our heroine is leaving for Hamel. Rosie feels bad about bothering Kadim, but the young man takes the box and asks her not to worry about anything. However, in return, he asks Rosianna to remember to take care of herself during this trip. Smiling sheepishly, Rosie thanks Kadim for his help and concern. The magic stone found by Rosianna has the ability to weaken control. Our heroine remembers that the original Rosianna accidentally grasped the power of this stone, but without really understanding it, Rosianna decided that he would completely save her from control, and later regretted it. As long as Kadim and Schvarlan are alive, there's a chance they'll be brainwashed like in the original, so Rosie is going to study this stone up and down. No matter how hard Rosianna tried to break her connection with Kadim, she remained, and therefore she will try to protect him at all costs. Duke Blancourt's carriage enters the territory of the Duchy of Hamel. Opening the window, Rosianna looks with delight at the wild lands covered with sparkling snow. When the carriage stops, Rosie hurries outside and admires the huge castle in which she and her family are about to live. The Duke smiles as he looks at his daughter, but notes that she should have dressed warmer, as it is very cold here. At this moment, Rosie notices an elderly man coming out to meet them, whom the Duke greets as Raymond. He is the current Duke of Hamel, and therefore hopes that his guests will feel at home here. Raymond's castle seems very beautiful to our heroine, and she can't wait to see it from the inside. Rosianna looks out the window thoughtfully, thinking about the place she finds herself in. In the second half of the novel, it is here that Joshua kills his father, and Rachel goes mad after killing her younger brother. At the same time, a holy relic falls into his hands, and the end of the world comes. But because the novel focuses more on Belle, it's impossible to know exactly what was happening in those moments. Rosie hears someone knocking on the door of her room and rushes to find out who has come to see her. Joshua and Rachel wanted to visit their sister, because she seemed quite worried all this time. Taking a closer look at Rosianna, Joshua is convinced that she is indeed excited. Rachel asks her brother not to scold our heroine, but Joshua already understands perfectly well that Rosie has a lot of worries and problems. But he doesn't want her to carry this burden alone, because Rosianna has a family she can ask for help at any time. Rachel smiles kindly at Rosie, saying that Hamel is a very calm and serene place, and she should like it there. Wanting to cheer up and distract our heroine a little, the brothers invite her for a walk in the city. The town square, decorated with small lanterns, looks truly magical. Admiring the mesmerizing play of light, Rosianna herself does not notice how she forgets about all her worries and anxieties. The first thing Joshua does is treat his sister to some local delicacies. And then he takes her to a jewelry store, where Rosianna decides to buy gifts for Joshua and Rachel. For the youngest of the brothers, Rosie chooses a small protective amulet in the form of an earring. As our heroes leave the store, Joshua calls out Rosianna's name. Taking out an elegant silver hairpin with lilac stones from his pocket, the young man attaches it to Rosianna's hair. He bought it just like that, but he really hopes that his sister will like the hairpin. Smiling tenderly, Rosie thanks Joshua for the wonderful gift and asks him to extend his hand. Joshua does as Rosianna asks and freezes in place in amazement. The young man finds a neat gift package in his hands, which he hurries to open. At first, Joshua doesn't understand what it is, but after Rosie explains, the young man immediately tries on the gift. Rosianna made the right choice, because the earring suits her brother very well. At this point, Joshua notices that one of the nearby shops is selling huge dolls and asks Rosie to wait a bit. At this moment, Rachel comes up to our heroine and hands her a glass of hot tea, which will help Rosianna warm up. His sister no longer looks sad, and Rachel is very happy about this, although he regrets that he could not help Rosie with the investigation related to the Empress. The young man worries about Rosianna because he understands that the more difficult it is to access information, the higher its price. The entire Blancourt family considers Rosie a good person, and so Rachel, Joshua, and the Duke want to help her share this burden a little. These words make Rosianna think, because maybe she is not a good person after all. In both her past and present lives, she has always tried to avoid the worst. And maybe she was just a selfish person, just wanting to survive. Now, Rosie is lucky because she knows the plot of the novel and tries to avoid tragedies. But good intentions do not make her confident in her own choice. However, due to her intervention, the Blancourt family was able to avoid tragedy. Rosianna still doesn't know if she made the right choice, and therefore believes that she cannot be called a truly good person. But she hopes that people who think well of her will be happy in the future, and so she wants to try even harder. Rosie thanks her brother for his kind words, noting that they mean a lot to her. A little embarrassed, Rachel says that he heard Rosianna call Joshua brother, and if she doesn't mind, he would be happy to be treated the same way. Of course, the young man does not expect this right now, realizing that Rosie must be ready for this. At this moment, Rosianna remembers that she wanted to give something to Rachel. She thanks the young man for today and hands him a gift package, and, calling him his brother, he expresses a desire to walk with him again. That night, Rosianna can't sleep and decides to do something useful. Perhaps a book from the library will help her fall asleep faster. Rachel handed our heroine the key to the library so that they could begin their investigation early in the morning. But Rosie can't wait to get started right now, because Histana's life is on the line. Rosianna walks into the library, not noticing two pairs of blue eyes watching her in the darkness. Having found the book she needed, Rosie hurriedly headed to her room. However, The animals, quietly moving their soft paws, continue to follow her unnoticed. The longer they follow Rosianna, the heavier and more ragged their breathing becomes. Hearing strange sounds behind her, our heroine looks around in fear. Rosie closes her eyes in fear, and when she opens them, she realizes that there are two large white foxes lying on her. These animals are considered monsters, but the foxes cuddle up to Rosie like they are tame. Soon one of them starts licking Rosianna's face, and the girl can't help but laugh. At this moment, our heroine hears a menacing voice ordering the foxes to leave the guest alone. Rosianna freezes in surprise, because she was sure that all the inhabitants of the castle had long been asleep. Looking up, she sees Duke Raymond standing before her, looking down at her from his height. The Duke guesses that Rosianna was in the library despite the late hour, and since she has already found the right book, Raymond invites the girl to take a little walk with him. The Duke and Rosianna emerge into the snowy garden, accompanied by white foxes. Rosie knew that Hamel was in perpetual winter, but despite the cold, the flowers here did not wither. Suddenly, one of the foxes gently touches Rosianna with its paw, wanting to get her attention. She brings Rosie a beautiful flower in her teeth, and our heroine happily thanks the little animal. Raymond is very surprised to see that his guest is not at all afraid of foxes, although they are cute in appearance, but still monsters. Lou monsters are sensitive and cautious creatures that prefer solitude, and these foxes had suffered at the hands of people, and therefore, until this moment, they had not treated anyone with such tenderness except Hestana. Raymond asks if Rosie has had time to read the book she borrowed from the library. The key to the duchy's library, containing precious and rare books, is passed down from generation to generation, and the king also has one key. Rosianna is very surprised by these words, because she did not know that the library was so important. However, Raymond says that the key now belongs to Rachel, and if he trusts Rosianna, then he trusts her too. Rosie doesn't understand why her brother has the key, and the Duke explains it by the laws of Hamel, which states that the key passes from the current Duke to the successor if something happens to the Duke. But it's not that Raymond feels bad. He just realizes that he is not worthy of this title. The ruler, who truly loved Hamel, has long been sleeping deeply, dressed in white clothes. Rudrick Clotus, Raymond's older brother, saw only his son, but Hestan never missed a single opportunity to prove herself, wanting to win her father's love. That is why the future ruler of Hamel decided to ask her uncle for help. She wished to become Raymond's apprentice, wanting to hone her fencing skills. However, Raymond did not consider himself someone who was capable of teaching anyone. Hestan disagreed with him, as Raymond was one of the best swordsmen in history. Even though Rudrick and Raymond were twins, Raymond was much stronger than his brother. However, Raymond just shook his head, saying that these were all rumors, and he had not yet achieved such skill. But Hestan still insisted on her own, because she really wanted to become strong and win recognition, and therefore she was ready to do everything in her power. When Hestan was cursed, Duke Blancourt asked Raymond to stand guard over Hamel. He locked the gates of the duchy and kept it secure so that rumors of his wife's death would not spread beyond its borders. But one day, Cartel sent Raymond a very interesting letter. In it, the Duke mentioned his arrival in Hamel with his adopted daughter and asked Raymond to help her in everything. It was then that Raymond realized that the cartel had found a way to lift the curse, and Rosie confirmed this guess. Raymond is ready to tell Rosianna everything he knows, and even if the chances of success are small, he asks our heroine to try to save Hestana. The next morning, Rosianna is late for breakfast, which worries her brothers. Rosie smiles apologetically and says that she simply couldn't sleep, although in fact, she spent the whole night reading. Sitting down at the table, Rosianna notices that the Duke of Blancourt is skipping breakfast and suddenly realizes that she has not seen her adoptive father since yesterday. After breakfast, our heroes begin their investigation. Rosie opens the first book, which tells the history of the Duchy of Hamel. Hamel is a land of eternal ice, and this territory originally belonged to the imperial family. However, the emperor could not set foot on the territory of the duchy until a noble magician appeared, who became the master of Hamel and brought a blessing to these lands. Rosie wants to understand what exactly the magician's blessing was, but her brothers don't know the answer to this question. Rachel believes that this is just a legend and suggests asking their father about it. In the evening, Rosianna cannot sleep a wink, thinking that in the original, Rachel knew that Hamel's blessing was a special relic. Rosie believes that the taint began to spread across Hamel after the disappearance of this relic. And if we combine the stories of Duke Blancourt and Raymond, it becomes clear that Heston's curse and blessing may be interconnected. Falling asleep, Rosianna doesn't notice how her room is filled with rays of magical energy. Soon Rosie wakes up, and for some reason, her eyes take on a warm honey hue. Approaching the mirror, our heroine cannot understand why she woke up. However, she hears the call of some familiar aura and goes to the source of this call. Rosie can clearly feel the aura pulsating, and when her path is blocked by a wall, one of the cabinets suddenly slides aside. At this point, Rosianna feels like she is at her limit and can't control her own body. However, the golden color of the eyes gradually changes to purple. The next moment, Rosianna seems to wake up, not understanding how she ended up here. The girl is overcome by a strange feeling, and it seems to her that someone is following her. But at that moment, she hears the call of the aura again and decides to find its source. Rosie walks down the steps, knowing that this decision could be dangerous, but she wants to know the truth. Suddenly, our heroine is blinded by a bright white light, and for the first seconds, she cannot see anything. However, Rosianna soon sees Duke Blancourt standing in front of the cursed Hestana. Rosie quietly calls out to Cartel, but he doesn't immediately recognize his adopted daughter's voice. The Duke did not expect to meet Rosianna here, because she could not know how to get here. The passage leading to this room is a dummy, a magical illusion, and to open it, you need a special stone, without which it is simply impossible to enter this room. The Cartel knows that Rosianna can't lie, but he is determined to find out what happened to the enchanted door. Rosie looks up and stares at Hestana's face as she is sealed in the block of ice. Now our heroine realized that the Duke had been here all this time, and that was why she could not find him. Concentrating, Rosie feels the ice emanate dark magic, but at the same time, Hestana herself seems to radiate warmth and light. Rosie wants to take a closer look at her and asks the Duke for permission to use detection magic. Rosianna carefully touches the ice and suddenly feels something strange. The ice becomes soft and slowly sucks the frightened Rosie inside. Catel asks the girl to step aside as quickly as possible, but Rosianna cannot resist this force. The magic consumes her, and at the last moment, Cartel manages to grab his adopted daughter by the shoulders. But now, the enchanted ice absorbs both our heroine and the Duke. Rosianna finds herself in a strange place with furniture scattered across the floor. In addition, there are servants lying around everywhere, showing no signs of life. The place is permeated with dark magic, and turning her head, our heroine notices Mr. Raymond on the floor. During a conversation in the garden, the Duke told Rosianna about what happened on the day Heston was cursed. The dark magic came from one of the maids, but when she entered, Raymond couldn't do anything because everyone in the castle suddenly lost consciousness at that moment. Raymond was very weak, but he was aware of everything and saw everything. Before he fell asleep, he saw how dark magic seemed to consume his mistress's child. At this moment, Rosianna hears someone's voice saying that the curse is spreading further and further, covering the entire territory of Hamel. The being addressing Hestina notes that through her, ill-wishers want to defile everything around, and therefore she must make a choice. It cannot cleanse Heston with its power, but this curse can be lifted. Now, Hestane faces a difficult decision, but she fears that the taint will come out and destroy the duchy. However, the creature says that they can seal the curse, thereby slowing its spread. And if so, Heston is ready to sacrifice herself, because this will save the life of her child and all the inhabitants of Hamel. If she disappears, the curse will go with her, so the girl asks the creature called Lara to destroy her. Long ago, Hestana asked Lara to be her friend, and although it seemed like a joke at the time, Hestana is now very glad that they met. Lara realizes that Hestana's soul remains the same, and as always, she tries to protect everyone. Lara also considers their friendship priceless, and therefore wants to tell Hestane about one way. The destiny of every person depends on his choice, because there are thousands of roads leading to the future. But even when choosing one of them, a person does not know what will happen in the end. Lara wants to offer Heston one way, but she can't say what the ending will be. Clutching her little daughter tighter to her chest, Hestana asks Lara to tell her about this method. Lara remarks that someone like her should not interfere in human lives. The moment people like her try to change someone's destiny, The scales tip in one direction. But even so, creatures like Lara always interfere in people's lives to some extent. Luckily, this time, Lara has an excuse. Because being a divine dragon of air and a contemplator of destinies, she saw the fate of this child. This girl is destined to become a savior, a light that will save the world from destruction. The curse placed on Hestan is tied to dark magic, and the power of the air dragon is precisely what brings purification. However, Lara has lost her shell and cannot fully use the power, but many years ago she managed to create a vessel using sacred relics. But it takes hundreds of years for hatching, and during this time, the source of the curse can destroy not only Hamel, but the entire world. There is a way to buy time, but to do so, Lara will have to send Hestana's child to a remote location so that she can live as fate wishes. She will be separated from her family, but Lara will be able to stop the curse. Lara promises Hestan that her daughter will be safe, as the curse will be sealed with her. Hestan ponders the divine dragon's words, holding back tears. Finally, she makes a decision and asks Lara to do everything as she says. Holding the baby close, Hestana apologizes to her for the fact that she will grow up without the love that she so dreamed of giving her daughter. Our heroine watches this scene from the sidelines, and at some point, she hears Hestan call her daughter by her name. She decided to name her beloved daughter Rosianna, but she hasn't yet told anyone about it. Hearing these words and realizing what was happening, Rosie froze in place in amazement. At that moment, she hears Lara's voice, saying that it was a magical recording of her promise. Rosianna has gone through her destiny, and now Lara wants to ask her one question. In a conversation with Hestana, Lara had already mentioned a new vessel for her birth. All this time, Lara observed all the obstacles that fate gave Rosianna. Now, Lara knows for sure that Rosie has the power to speed up the hatching of a dragon egg. The seal that holds back Hestana's curse is weakening, and before its power is lost, Lara must return to this world. Rosianna agrees to help, but she asks Lara to lend her power even after saving Hestana. Lara is confident that our heroine can handle this power, and therefore grants it to Rosianna. The divine dragon makes a promise to Rosie and entrusts his vessel into her hands. In addition, Lara grants our heroine her power, as evidenced by the mark that appears on Rosianna's wrist. A few days later, Rosie looks closely at her hand, remembering what happened. The dragon egg came as a very unexpected surprise to our heroine. But if she can master this power, she can change everything. Rosie remembers what happened immediately after she and the Duke returned to reality. All this time, Cartel was sure that his daughter died on that terrible day. But now everything has fallen into place, and the Duke cannot believe his own happiness. He had seen Hestana's handmaiden disappear into ashes, and so Cartel thought that his child had suffered the same fate. Rosianna freezes in surprise, realizing that the Duke saw the same thing that she saw. Cartel holds Rosie tightly to him, tears continuing to stream down his cheeks. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and now he apologizes to his daughter for not recognizing her right away. At that moment, our heroine was confused, because according to the original plot, Rosianna could not possibly be the daughter of Hestana and Cartel. However, the moment her father hugged her, Rosie realized that she had finally found the family she had been missing so much. A loving family was also missing from the original novel for the real Rosianna. However, Rosie believes that she was only able to change the plot because she knows what a reckless choice the original Rosianna made. And this choice ultimately led to a completely logical end. These thoughts make our heroine suffer, but she remembers in time that she did not become Rosianna by her own will. Either way, she needs to wait for the egg to hatch and contact Kadim as soon as possible. At this moment, Tanya enters Rosianna's room, saying that the lady received a letter and a gift. Taking the letter in her hands, Rosie cannot hide her surprise, because it bears the seal of Duke Frey. Rosianna rides in a carriage with Joshua and Rachel, wanting to visit Belle. Smiling guiltily, our heroine tells her brothers that she could have easily gone alone. However, Joshua objects to her, saying that he and Rachel still have business in the city. Rosie is planning to spend the night at Belle's, as she really misses her friend and hasn't had time to properly say goodbye to her brother since the end of the semester. Rachel and Joshua have no problem with this decision, because the next day they will have just enough time to finish their business and meet Rosie after lunch. Rosianna sincerely thanks the brothers for their concern, knowing full well that they actually have no business in the city. When Rachel and Joshua learned that Rosianna was their sister, our heroine was unconscious. What happened left the girl very tired, but she woke up earlier than her loved ones expected. When Joshua learned that Rosie was his real sister, he was over the moon. Rosianna had been telling him since she was a child that she would leave home as soon as she grew up, and Joshua did not go against her, because he thought he had no right to stop her. Now he is very ashamed of his behavior, but now the Duke has a reason to stop Rosie. Rachel was also happy about this news, but he was worried about Rosianna's feelings, because having learned about everything, she must have been in shock. So the father and brothers decided to behave as usual, so as not to put pressure on Rosie, and our heroine heard their words. Noticing the outline of Freya's estate in the distance, Joshua informs Rosianna that they are almost there. The estate turns out to be very beautiful and spacious, but Rosianna really wants to see its inhabitant as soon as possible. After getting out of the carriage, Rosie thanks Rachel and Joshua for giving her a ride and bids them farewell until the next day. Our heroine heads towards the front door and suddenly notices an animal that seems familiar to her. She had seen this little black cat somewhere before, carefully licking its paw. At that moment, Rosie hears the excited voice of her friend calling her name. Belle blames herself for being late and not being able to greet Rosianna properly, but our heroine says that she arrived literally a minute ago. Suddenly, Rosie notices something on Belle's cheek that looks very much like pastry cream. Belle immediately comes to her senses, remembering that she baked a cake for her friend's arrival, and her soul is filled with joy, because she has been waiting for so long to meet Rosianna. Lady Freya invites Rosie to a table laden with all sorts of sweets. The strawberry cake baked by Belle turns out to be absolutely delicious. Rosianna is overcome with pleasure, enjoying the sweet and sour taste of strawberries and cream made from fresh whipped cream, in harmony with the tender and soft sponge cake. Belle is very happy that the cake turned out well, and thanks Rosie again for coming. Belle always just accepted her help, and this made the girl feel both gratitude and regret at the same time. And before the start of the holidays, she didn't even have time to properly say goodbye to her friend. Rosianna rushes to console Belle, noting that when she was unconscious, her friend looked after her all week, and on the eve of the holidays, she had to leave because of her brother's illness. But now, Rosie has a cake made by Belle and feels quite happy. Remembering Roxion, our heroine inquires about his current health. Belle admits that she hasn't seen her brother since the holidays, but the Duke says that Roxion is much better now. And besides, it was the Duke who insisted on Rosie's arrival. The Duke himself takes care of his son during his illness, almost never leaving his room. And now Rosianna understands why she still has not seen either the Duke or Roxion. In the evening, Rosie and Belle spend time together, but Lady Freya very soon falls asleep on her friend's shoulder. Noticing this, Rosianna decides to put Belle to bed and not disturb her rest. After covering Belle with a blanket and turning off the light, Rosie quietly leaves her bedroom. Finding herself in a dark corridor, our heroine looks around in confusion. She also wants to sleep, but she ate sweets all day, and now she feels heaviness in her stomach. Rosie decides to wait until she feels a little better and whiles away the time by walking around the house. Rosianna only now notices that during the day, Freya's estate is as quiet as it is at night, and this seems rather strange to her. Rosie also wants to understand why Duke Freya adopted Belle. She was an ordinary girl from a village orphanage, but Belle did not look after the young Duke and did not become his bride. Rosianna suspects that the Duke somehow learned that Belle was destined to become a saint, but this idea seems too incredible. In addition, Rosie remembers that the reason for the disappearance of this family will be werewolves. This thought makes Rosianna remember something she shouldn't remember. Vague fragments of memories associated with Roxion flash before her eyes. At this moment, Rosie feels a severe headache and closes her eyes. The pain is so intense that Rosianna doesn't notice how someone comes up to her from behind and grabs her hand. With his other hand, the young man covers his victim's mouth, preventing her from making a sound. However, at some point his grip weakens, and looking back, Rosie sees Roxion behind her. The young man is breathing heavily, his eyes closed, and Rosianna understands that something is clearly wrong with him. He continues to hold our heroine close to him, despite Rosie asking Roxion to let her go. However, the young man does not hear her, and the next moment he reaches for her neck, opening his mouth. Suddenly, someone's hand falls on Roxion's head, and the young man immediately falls to the floor. Stepping aside, Rosianna turns her surprised gaze from the bewitched Roxion to her mysterious savior. Suddenly, Rosie notices her friend's brother's pointy ears, and this stirs her memory. Rosianna feels a sharp headache again and closes her eyes, trying to stop the attack. Sighing wearily, Rosie's savior gently chides Roxion for not being able to leave him unattended for a minute. Rosie wants to know who she owes her debt to, and the stranger introduces himself to her as Duke Raphael Freya. This isn't quite how he planned his first meeting with Rosianna, so he'll have to erase her memory. At this moment, Rosie's already erased memories of the evening when she helped Roxion return. She remembers how she carried the young man into the library, not understanding what was happening to him. After this, a black cat appeared in the library and helped Rosianna save Belle's brother. And at that moment, our heroine learned that Roxion was a half-werewolf. The return of memory breaks the Duke's magical seal, preventing him from casting a new spell on Rosianna. However, this did not upset him, but rather pleasantly surprised and impressed him. Having invited Rosie to the table, Raphael continues to be amazed that she managed to remember everything. He apologizes for today's incident and hands Rosianna a cup of tea, hoping that the hot drink will make her feel better. Rosie wants to ask the Duke about the most important thing, but is afraid of seeming too curious. However, Raphael guesses her thoughts and says that Roxion and his family are both related and not related to werewolves, since his adopted son is only half a werewolf. It's quite an important secret, but our heroine has already encountered it several times, and Duke Freya considers it a will of fate. Wanting to dispel her suspicions, Rosianna asks why Raphael adopted Belle. After all, the Duke himself and Roxion are connected to werewolves, but Belle is an ordinary person. Anyone associated with werewolves in this country is under threat. However, despite this danger, the Duke still involved Belle, who had nothing in common with werewolves in this matter. The Duke is touched by such concern for Belle's welfare, and he says that he will answer all of Rosianna's questions if she fulfills his request. However, at that moment, an angry Roxion bursts into the room. Noticing Rosianna, he asks Raphael what she is doing here. But the Duke does not answer his question, and extending his hand to our heroine, invites her to follow him. Roxion also goes with them, and Rosie tries to guess what exactly Raphael's request will be. At this point, Roxion directly asks the Duke what he was planning and why he didn't erase Rosianna's memory. Raphael remains silent, smiling mysteriously, and at that moment, the young man finally understands where they have come. Seeing the outline of a tall stone tower ahead, Roxion becomes furious. He accuses Raphael of madness, not understanding how he could bring Rosie here. Grabbing the girl's hand, Roxion asks her to return with him to the estate. However, at this moment, Raphael binds the young man with magical fetters. Smiling politely, the Duke remarks that they can now move on calmly. Rosianna follows Raphael and Roxion down the stairs, still confused about what's going on. However, she increasingly feels the ominous aura that fills this place. Turning around, the Duke says that Rosie can leave here at any moment. However, if she fulfills his request, she will learn not only the reason for Belle's adoption, but also one more important thing. Rosianna decides to trust Raphael, and soon sees that they are in a room with an unusual door, from which a truly sinister force emanates. At this moment, the magical bonds that bind Roxion crumble and free the young man. Huge black wings suddenly appear on the young man's back. The surrounding space is filled with streams of energy, and Roxion finds herself at the epicenter of this magical storm. Rosianna looks at the trapped boy in horror, knowing that this energy is about to consume him. The Duke confirms this guess with an unperturbed look, noting that Roxion's body will dissolve very soon. Our heroine cannot understand what Raphael means. At that moment, Rosie hears a loud scream from Roxion, whose body was struck by unbearable pain. Rosianna is outraged to see that the Duke does not even intend to help his own son, calmly watching his suffering. Looking into Rosie's eyes, Raphael asks if she wants to help Roxion herself. Rosianna is surprised by this question, because she does not understand how one can remain on the sidelines while watching such torture. However, the Duke finds Rosie's concern strange, because werewolves are the purest product of evil, and if there is one less monster in the world, it will only benefit humanity. Raphael asks Rosianna again why she wants to help his son so much. The Duke's indifference infuriates our heroine, and, pushing Raphael away, she orders him to get out of the way. It makes no difference whether Roxion is a human or a werewolf, because now he is suffering greatly, and his life does not become less valuable. Having immobilized Raphael with magic, Rosianna hurries to Roxion, determined to help him at all costs. Rosie shields herself, but Roxion is blown away by the wind. Our heroine calls the young man by name, but it seems he doesn't hear her cries. Coming even closer, Rosie continues to call out to Roxion, but he only groans in pain. Rosianna realizes that the situation is becoming critical and tries to think of a way to help the young man. Suddenly, Rosie remembers how the black cat advised her to stop Roxion's transformation with blood. That's exactly what Rosianna did that evening, and it really worked. Kneeling down next to the young man, Rosianna asks him to accept her blood. Roxion feels like his body is burning alive, and he rushes to quench his frantic thirst. Each sip brings the werewolf incredible bliss, soothing his burning throat. Rosianna closes her eyes from the sharp pain, but still patiently waits for Roxion to be sated. Roxion feels better with every passing second, and at some point, Rosianna's pitiful requests break through his clouded consciousness. She is in great pain, and finally breaking away from her neck, Roxion peers into our heroine's face. Rosianna fainted, but she was willing to pay this price to save Roxion. Coming to, Rosie immediately grabs the place where the werewolf bit her. Roxion apologizes to our heroine, worrying about her well-being. However, the Duke notices that Rosianna looks quite good, and thanks to her efforts, the appropriation of magical power was successful. Rosie can't understand what kind of magical power Raphael is talking about. The Duke reminds Rosianna that Roxion is half human, half magical entity, and that is the only reason his body was able to withstand so much mana. At the final stage of conversion, mana reaches its maximum, and to prevent it from dissolving the body, blood is needed to calm the magical force. However, the blood of other people had no effect, and Raphael believes that Roxion imprinted on Rosianna after tasting her blood once. This means that now only the blood of our heroine can calm him down. Roxion now understands why the Duke invited Rosianna here, but he is outraged by the fact that she was exposed to such danger. However, Raphael only wanted to check something, noticing that Rosie was very worried about the werewolf. He wants to understand why she ran to Roxion in the center of the storm without the slightest hesitation, and tries to find out the truth by enchanting Rosianna. However, his magic has no effect on Rosie, and she reminds Raphael that he had initially promised to tell her about Belle's adoption. The Duke is once again amazed by Rosianna's abilities, noting that his real request is not to help Roxion. The next morning, Rosianna says goodbye to an unsuspecting Belle. At this moment, Raphael watches his adopted daughter and her friend say goodbye from the window with a smile. Roxion believes that they told Rosianna too much without considering that she might have ulterior motives. The Duke is amused by his son's words, because last night he was so worried about her. Either way, Rosianna is no longer affected by the memory-erasing magic. The magic of truth also did not work, which means that she is a very unusual and valuable girl, a meeting with whom has a fateful character. Once home, Rosie falls onto her bed, exhausted, and closes her eyes. Just yesterday, she couldn't even imagine that her guesses would turn out to be true, because Duke Freya really did know about Belle's holiness. Raphael told Rosianna that the doors in the tower open a portal to another world. The mana emanating from it has a calming effect on magical entities, but Roxion is half human, and therefore this mana is like poison to him. But the souls of magical entities are initially cursed. Rosianna's blood brought Roxion back to normal, but one day he will start to transform again, and so Raphael asked the girl for a favor. His request was that Rosie accept Roxion's imprint. This is the only way to stop him, because demons are born with already polluted mana, that is, with a cursed soul. Filthy mana destroys its owner, causing him to destroy everything in his path. In the demon world, there is no life or death, and if one cannot control this mana, it will easily consume a person. And those who manage to escape will either die before they completely lose their minds, or will live among people like a parasite, stealing their souls. Pointing to the door, Raphael says that this is the gate leading to the demon world. Rosianna has figured out that Duke Freya is actually a demon, but she can't figure out how he managed to hide it. Shrugging his shoulders, Raphael notes that he was simply lucky, because these lands are close to the demon world. The reason Freya was given the title is because there were many people on this earth who were born with divine abilities. They played the role of guardians, eliminating the dangers that came from the demon world. After the death of the previous duke, who was called the Holy Knight, Raphael never appeared in public, and therefore no one solved his secret. One way or another, Raphael remains in this world for only one reason. He wants to break the chain of curses, and this means that the prophecy is destined to come true. The Duke specifically put his consciousness into the body of a black cat because he himself cannot leave these lands. But Roxion, unlike him, is half human, and therefore can go anywhere. Raphael saw the prophecy, and it sounded quite clear. It ordered the Duke to go to the Golden Village in the 5th year after setting foot on human soil. The child he was to meet there in front of the old willow tree was destined to one day awaken divine power. And when the one who was half demon gains divine power, the hated will be burned. That is why Raphael must protect this child at all costs. And Roxion, in turn, must protect and master divine power. Rosie remembers very well that, according to the plot of the novel, the first god was Ramir, and Belle was supposed to possess divine power. Raphael offers our heroine to perform the imprint ritual, noting that he would not dare steal or desecrate her soul. However, the promise must be made to the cat, because although he seems insignificant, he helps Roxion feel stable. Raphael tells Rosianna that the contract and the demon imprint are very different from each other. The imprint does not extort soul and blood, but allows you to find stability simply by being close to each other. In other words, Roxion will be able to get closer to other people by interacting with Rosianna, and Raphael believes that for now, simply holding hands will be enough for them. Our heroine understands that Raphael is taking a great risk by telling her about the prophecy. However, he doesn't want to harm people, so Rosie decided to help Roxion and Raphael. At this moment, Rosianna hears a soft knock from the balcony door. Stepping out onto the balcony, our heroine notices a small winged ball hovering in the air. The ball falls into the girl's hand, and Rosie guesses that it brings her a message from the teacher. Soon, Rosianna goes to Assel's house in the company of her father and brothers. The master looks at his student with silent reproach, and this greatly embarrasses our heroine. Kadim told Asil that Rosianna went to the exam feeling unwell, and this greatly upset the teacher. He reminds Rosie that she must take care of her health, at least for the sake of her goal. Rosianna asks Asil for forgiveness, because she didn't want to make him worry. With a sad sigh, the master says that he is already calm, having made sure that Rosie is safe. Taking the dragon egg brought by Rosianna in his hands, Asil realizes that much has changed during their separation. Deciding to take advantage of the favorable moment, our heroine asks the master if it is possible to somehow speed up the hatching of the egg. Asil is amazed by this question, because it seemed to him that his student would finally stop risking herself at every step. Frowning, the master says that he is only sure that the egg is strictly forbidden from being given more mana than it already has. One way or another, Rosianna is interested not only in the egg, but also in the magic stone that she sent with Kadim. It took Asil some effort to figure out what kind of stone it was. However, first he wants to go with our heroine to a special place. Rosianna follows the teacher for quite a long time through the gloomy forest. But at some point, she feels that there is an ominous aura in the air. Looking closer, Rosie notices a blurry clot of dark energy among the trees. She advises Asil not to approach the clot, but the master asks Rosianna not to worry and to take a closer look at what is about to happen. At this moment, a strange creature, resembling a lump of greenish slime, crawls out of the forest. The clot instantly sucks the forest dweller inside. However, to the surprise of our heroine, the dark energy does not devour the creatures. Soon the clot spits the slug back out, turning it into a monster. The master tells Rosianna that they are standing in front of a rift that creates disasters and monsters. Suddenly, the monster created by the crack decides to attack Asil, and Rosie screams piercingly, trying to warn it. However, the monster's slimy body instantly shatters against an invisible magical barrier. As soon as Asil discovered the crack, he immediately set up a protective barrier around it. And thanks to this, the monsters no longer rampage in the forest, but the clot still grows. The master thought he could contain the crack by simply observing it, but now he decided to try to unleash the power of the stone to temporarily seal it. According to Asil, the stone found by Rosianna has a special power, and he wants to conduct one experiment. The master extends his hand and asks his student to pour some of her mana into the stone. After a few seconds, the stone changes shape, as if filled from within with a soft white light. Looking up at the teacher, Rosie freezes in amazement, because now a real angel stands in front of her. Leaning over the stone, Assel reads a spell over it in a language unknown to Rosian. The next moment, a magical ring appears on the ground around the teacher, shining with a bluish light. Assel stretches out her hand and seals the crack with a stream of symbols unknown to our heroine. Rosie feels the ominous energy begin to fade away. However, she does not remember seeing any mention of angels in the original story. After performing the magical ritual, the master turns back into himself, and his snow-white wings seem to dissolve into the air. When Assel comes to, Rosianna asks what kind of magic he used. The master says that it was an ancient sorcery based on the divine power that he managed to extract from this stone. Usually, divine power cannot be sealed into an object, and the teacher does not understand how someone could seal such power into a stone. He had never seen anything like it, but judging by the results of the experiment, it was definitely divine power. Having transformed the stone into a small pendant, Assel tells Rosie to always carry this valuable thing with her. Rosianna suggests that her teacher may indeed be an angel, but Assel says that he is an Elios. The Elios are the first creation of the god Rami, and their specialty is that they are all born with divine power. The teacher was once one of them before his power was sealed, and it was for this reason that he immediately realized that Rosianna's magic stone was endowed with divine power. Rosie had encountered magical stones before, but she didn't feel any particular power in them. But this stone does not contain mana, but divine power that only a select few can use. Before Rosianna arrived, the master tried to use the power of the stone, but his attempts were in vain. But everything changed when Rosie poured some of her mana into it. The stone reacts to our heroine's mana, and therefore belongs to her. But Assel cannot understand how such an object could have ended up in the academy at all. But, one way or another, now Rosianna will have to deal with the stone herself and explore its power. After the holidays, the teacher decides to go to the academy with our heroine. Joshua doesn't understand why Assel is going with them, because it's too late for him to become a student. Feeling awkward, Rosie quickly pushes her brother towards the portal entrance, saying that the master will not be a new student, but a teacher of magic. Our heroine decides to use teleportation as one of the last, wanting to say goodbye to Duke Blancourt. Overcoming her shyness, Rosianna says goodbye to Cartel, but for now, it's as if she were saying goodbye to a duke, not a father. Cartel smiles warmly at his daughter, telling her not to overdo it and to take care of her health. Smiling back at the duke, Rosie promises to carry out his instructions. The teacher is the last to enter the portal, and Cartel asks him to take care of Rosianna, Rachel, and Joshua. Turning around, Assel asks the duke not to worry, and promises to look after his children. At the ceremony marking the start of the new school year, Assel is introduced as a professor, and Rosie cannot understand how he managed to get such a high position. Smiling affably, the master tells the students that he will now teach at the Faculty of Magic. This news delights the students, and Rosianna can't help but smile, knowing that every magician dreams of meeting the master of the magic tower. The chatter of the animated students is interrupted by another professor of the academy, reminding the students about the selective system that will begin this semester. Students will be able to receive assignments from A to E based on their grades from the previous semester. However, first-year students who have received excellent grades on the exam are eligible to choose an S-grade assignment. Hearing these words, Rosianna tenses up internally, because at this moment, the real events of the novel finally begin to come to life. After greeting the top students, Rachel hands them lists of criteria from the student council for the current semester. Each student council official must complete one S-rank task. Rachel asks students to review the list carefully and refer to it if they have questions. Our heroine knows that S-rank missions can be dangerous, but this increases the likelihood that Rosie might encounter something related to the holy relic along the way. At this moment, Rosianna feels like someone is literally burning her with their gaze. Rosie looks back and meets Roxion Freya's gaze. The young man immediately becomes embarrassed and, lowering his eyes, pretends to be carefully studying the list. Rosianna doesn't understand why Roxion decided to join the student council, since in the original, he didn't stand out at all. Looking at the young man, Rosie involuntarily recalls the night when she accepted Raphael's proposal. Then the black cat thanked the girl for her trust and said that they could begin performing the ritual. At that moment, Rosianna didn't think that this would happen right now, but it was too late to retreat. Taking the knife in his hands, Roxion made a small cut on his finger. Rosie could hardly comprehend what was happening, but when the young man approached her, she guessed what she would need to do. Raising his finger to Rosianna's lips, Roxion said that she needed to drink his blood. After hesitating for a few seconds, our heroine finally made up her mind. Taking Roxion's hand, Rosianna slowly pulled his finger to her mouth. She felt very awkward at that moment, but it was the only way she could help the werewolf. Roxion stood there, holding his breath, watching Rosianna's every move closely. When Rosie finished, the young man recited a spell in a language unknown to her and knelt down, kissing her hand. The imprinting ritual was successful, and Rosianna mentally rejoices that her friend's brother is not bothered by pain. That's probably why he was able to join the student council, but Rosie feels uneasy when she remembers the ritual. Trying to distract herself from these thoughts, Rosianna notices that Jaliet's chair is empty and hopes that he has taken an academic leave. Suddenly, Rosie's attention is drawn to Kadim, and his gaze seems worried to our heroine. Rosianna asks him what's wrong, but the young man says that everything is fine. As a result, our heroine chooses a task related to the magic tower. She is about to go to the opening of a magical festival, where an auction of new artifacts will be held. This task may seem simple at first glance, but only wizards with the appropriate level of mana can attend this festival. Moreover, you will have to pay a lot of money to attend the auction. But Rosianna chose this task for a reason. Our heroine hopes that she will be able to find one of the holy relics hidden in the magic tower. In the original, Belle asked for help from Jaliet, but this led to her being imprisoned in a magical tower. And thanks to this, she was able to accidentally find the tower's treasure. According to the plot of the novel, after the collapse of the tower, Jaliet became its new lord. That's why Rosie wants to get the relic before he does, before the tower falls. The miracle happens when the priestess Belle goes in search of a holy relic, and our heroine would be glad if this were a story about a journey, because then Rosie could find out where and how to find the relic. In the original, most of the holy artifacts were found by the villains or the main characters. But this time, Rosianna will have to deal with it herself. Lost in thought, our heroine does not notice the sudden appearance of Jaliet. Hearing the young man's voice, Rosie screams in surprise. Jaliet smiles kindly at the girl, clearly pleased with the effect produced. Without blinking an eye, the young man studies the sheet of paper with the description of the task chosen by Rosianna. This is a paired task, and Jaliet suggests her candidacy to Rosie, noting that he is the only student at the academy with the appropriate mana level. Smiling sheepishly, Rosianna says that only student council members can perform this task. However, Jaliet is very pleased with this remark, because to Rosie's surprise, he has also already joined the student council. Walking down the academy corridor, our heroine looks for a way to refuse Jaliet. She would like to complete this task with Belle, but Rosie doesn't want to put her friend in danger. And besides, her mana level doesn't meet the specified criteria. Suddenly, Rosianna notices Master Asil, clearly hiding from someone. He looks scared, and when Rosie calls out to the teacher, he involuntarily flinches. Rosianna asks why the teacher is acting so strangely, but Asil doesn't have time to answer her. At this moment, voices of students looking for the master are heard nearby. They would like to ask Professor Lusterif many things, and, realizing the reason for the teacher's fear, Rosie quickly takes him to a quieter place. Rosie brings the master into the reception room and asks him to explain what is going on. But the teacher only sighs heavily, and, guessing that popularity is not to his liking, Rosie suggests that Asil use an invisibility spell. The master really likes this idea, because he hasn't been in crowded places for a long time, and therefore feels awkward. After the ceremony, Asil was attacked by a whole crowd of students, and he was so shocked that he didn't even notice how he ran away from there. Smiling, Rosianna notes that every student of the Faculty of Magic dreams of meeting the master of the Magic Tower, and this situation once again convinced Rosie of the greatness of her teacher, although Asil himself considers himself only the manager of the Magic Tower. Our heroine asks the master to tell her more about the tower, because her first task is connected with it, but now it is very difficult to get into the tower. Assel is very surprised to learn that the magic tower is now closed. Previously, anyone could enter the tower, and it was there that magicians shared knowledge and research with each other. The current state of affairs upsets the master, and he decides to go to the tower with Rosianna. At that moment, someone knocks on the office door, and Assel thinks with horror that the curious students managed to find him after all. However, it turns out that it is not the students of the academy, but Professor Ivan. The professor apologizes to Rosianna and the master for disturbing them. He felt very awkward, but he had one urgent request to make of Professor Lusterev, and so he could not wait. Looking at the majestic vaults of the magic tower, Rosianna freezes with admiration. The roof of the tower, finished in snow-white marble, reaches into the sky, and some details, to Rosie's surprise, seem to be completely covered in gold. Our heroine again does not notice the appearance of Juliet, who thinks the tower is very similar to the imperial palace. Recoiling in fear, Rosianna asks the young man to stop appearing out of nowhere, but Juliet thinks that Rosie should get used to it very soon. With a heavy sigh, our heroine understands that arguing with the young man is useless, because he always manages to get his way. Rosie will be paired with Juliet for the first task. Otherwise, he would have offered his help to Belle. Rosianna could not allow this, and therefore was forced to agree to the cunning young man's terms. Having received Rosie's consent, Juliet was very happy about it, because he was looking forward to this trip with great impatience. Our heroine understood that she had been fooled, but she could do nothing about it. Rosie is very surprised to notice that Juliet did not arrive alone, but in the company of a young man she did not know. Nodding politely, the young man says his name is Noah, and he is here as Juliet's assistant. Rosianna hopes that there will be no problems with Juliet and Noah, and that she will be able to carry out her plans. Sacred relics are best explored alone, and Rosie will be able to do so thanks to the map the master gave her. A few days ago, Professor Ivan approached the teacher with an unusual proposal. Terribly embarrassed, the professor said that he had come at the request of the entire Faculty of Magic. With his ears red with shame, Ivan asked the professor to give a lecture in the main hall for the students and teachers. Assel could not refuse the professor, but he was very sad that he could not go with Rosianna, although in return he gave his student a map containing all the information about the magic tower. However, the professor could not go on a mission with a student in any case, since this would be a violation of the academy's rules. Rosie notices that Juliet doesn't look well, but the boy says he just has a headache. Our heroine advises Juliet to have a good rest, deciding for now to take a walk around the city. Left alone with his owner, Noah expresses concern about his well-being. The festival has brought a lot of people to the city, and Noah knows that Juliet doesn't like crowded places. However, the owner got along very well with Rosianna, and, smiling, Juliet remarks that their client is a very interesting person. Each person has only one unique color of mana, but our heroine has two. And besides, Juliet can't see anything except that Rosie is hiding something. Juliet does not understand what is happening with the magic tower, clearly feeling the accumulation of some unpleasant energy there. The more he looks at her, the worse he feels, and Noah advises his master to rest quickly. After seeing Noah off, Juliet lies down on the couch and closes her eyes, hoping that the headache will soon subside. The young man is overcome by a strange fatigue, and soon he falls asleep. Julieta is pulled into the dark and cold water, but he does not resist, obediently sinking to the bottom. The young man had seen this dream many times, and it irritates him immensely. Blinking, Juliet felt like he was a little boy again. And besides, he again sees before him his own brother with a dagger in his chest. The boy calls Juliet's name pitifully, saying that he is in great pain. He doesn't want to die. And at that moment, his eye sockets fill with blood, and many eyes appear on his face. The next moment, the boy finds himself on top of Juliet and has his hands tightly around his throat. The brother accuses Juliet that all this is happening to him because of him. The boy's face turns into a thick black liquid, flowing down and filling the entire surrounding space. Juliet feels like he's about to choke, and suddenly hears a familiar voice calling his name. The young man opens his eyes and sees Rosianna leaning over him. Juliet tries to catch his breath, and Rosie asks if he's okay. Our heroine noticed that Juliet suddenly stopped breathing, and cold sweat appeared on his face. The young man understands that Rosianna was worried about him, and this pleasantly surprises him. Rosie admits that she was truly frightened by Jaliet's condition and would not have just stood by and watched him suffer. Previously, Jaliet thought that he was disgusting to our heroine, but now he understands that this is not so. Smiling affectionately, the young man compliments Rosianna, noting that she looks beautiful. Hearing these words, Rosie is finally convinced that Jaliet has come to his senses and is rushing him because the opening of the tower will take place soon. Many magicians dressed in luxurious clothes wish to attend the opening ceremony. A boy clutching a black plush rabbit in his hands watches the guest's appearance closely. The boy notices that this time many wizards have arrived at the tower, which means that his plan with the rabbit is working. Entering the main hall, Rosianna cannot contain her feelings and opens her mouth in admiration. Here she feels different, because the entire surrounding space seems to be filled with a wonderful radiance. Rosie's expectations were met, but Jaliet says that all the guests here are just putting on an act. For example, the luxurious necklace of one of the sorceresses is an illusion created with the help of magic. Just like the expensive outfits worn by most of the festival guests, Rosianna doesn't understand why the mages do this, but according to Jaliet, this is how they want to win the attention of the owner of the magic tower. It has been several years since the magic tower opened to the mages, and since they are obsessed with research, they are very eager to get at least a bit of the knowledge of the magic tower. After Jaliet's explanation, Rosie understands why she felt such a strange energy here. However, the young man notices that he is not interested in the process of bragging. Taking Rosianna's hand, Jaliet smiles slyly, clearly planning something. The next moment, the young man snaps his fingers, casting a special spell on our heroine's dress. Rosie is surprised to notice that her dress now shimmers and sparkles, as if covered in tiny gemstones. Frozen in place, Rosianna asks Jaliet what he did to her dress. The young man drops to one knee and kisses Rosie's hand, saying that he wants to be the main character of this ball. Rosianna pulls her hand away in embarrassment, blushing deeply with shame. At that moment, she notices that a ring has appeared on her finger that she was not wearing. Rosie immediately remembers that she received exactly the same ring when she first met Jaliet several years ago. The young man extends his hand to Rosianna, wanting to invite her to dance. Thanks to Jaliet's spell, the magic cast on Rosie's dress spreads throughout the hall, and the guests are left speechless in admiration as they watch their dance. However, our heroine feels uneasy, thinking about how she should leave Jaliet and go in search of the relic. At this moment, the young man bends Rosie over in a dance, holding her tightly to himself. Jaliet asks her to focus on him and not think about extraneous things, because they prevent Rosianna from enjoying the process. The ball guests watch Jaliet's every move with admiration, and Rosie would gladly give him up to any of them. The ball continues, and the magicians, carried away by dancing or talking with each other, do not notice a small boy watching them attentively. Seizing the right moment, Rosie retreats to the tower balcony and greedily drinks a glass of champagne. Rosianna would never have believed that she would be able to perform 3 dances in a row, and now she feels very tired. Our heroine tried to walk around the tower before the ball began, but, alas, she did not have enough time for this. Taking the map given to her by the master out of her pocket, Rosianna looks closely at the plan of the magic tower. The person currently in possession of the relic doesn't fully understand its power, but Rosie is certain that he doesn't keep it in plain sight. There are only 2 places in the blueprint where magical artifacts can be stored, and one of them is the Tower Lord's office. However, the relic could just as easily be hidden on the top floor. But the teacher strictly forbade Rosianna from visiting the top floor. Although the tower underwent major changes, its upper part was not affected. A seal sealed this place several times, so that no one could get there. However, if Rosianna suddenly succeeds, the master asked her not to touch the coffin standing in this room. He really hopes that this won't happen, but just in case, he hands Rosie a small black box. If she does manage to open that door, the thing stored in that box will help Rosianna seal it. However, our heroine still does not understand why Asel is so worried about this. The teacher reminds Rosie of a wizard who experimented with mana many years ago. He did a lot of things he shouldn't have done, and that coffin on the top floor is where his body is. A seal has checked the coffin for life force more than once, but he hasn't felt anything. But the body of a wizard who conducted such experiments is dangerous in itself, and Rosie hopes that she won't have to approach it. Back in the ballroom, Rosianna thinks about how she can escape from Juliet. However, neither Julieta nor Noah are in the hall, and our heroine decides that this is her chance. At that moment, a boy with a toy rabbit in his hands runs into Rosianna. Feeling the jolt, Rosie accidentally spills champagne on her dress. Looking around, the girl notices the culprit of this little incident. The boy sits on the floor, his light gray eyes fixed on Rosianna. After apologizing to the boy, Rosie moves closer, worried that he might have hurt himself. She extends her hand to the baby, wanting to help him get to his feet. However, the boy continues to stare at Rosianna without saying a word. Rosie feels uneasy and assumes that the boy must have a sore leg. She wants to pick the baby up from the floor and offers to take him to the infirmary, but he flinches from Rosianna's soft touch. To our heroine's surprise, the boy screams loudly, ordering Rosie not to touch him. The boy stands up and quickly picks up a toy rabbit from the floor. Without looking at our heroine, the baby runs away, ignoring her attempts to talk to him. The boy hugs the rabbit tightly, apologizing to him for dropping him. Now Rosianna notices her wet dress, and at that moment she hears Juliet's voice. He smiles playfully and offers his hand to our heroine, wanting to help her up. Having thanked the young man for his help, Rosianna wants to leave, finding a convenient excuse for this. However, Juliet does not understand why she needs to change clothes when she can simply use magic. With a snap of his fingers, the young man instantly brings Rosie's dress into a proper appearance. At this moment, the guest's attention is drawn to a golden sphere, announcing the start of the auction. The sphere invites mages to follow the auction house, located on one of the upper floors of the tower. Rosianna looks at the magical items on display, realizing that all of these things were originally listed as artifacts in the tower. And probably what she wants will be presented before the end of the auction. Rosie's guess turns out to be correct, as the last lot of the auction is one of the new artifacts created by the Lord of the Tower of Magicians himself. The auction will be held by the Lord of the Magic Tower himself, and Rosianna is surprised to recognize the same boy who recently almost knocked her off her feet. The boy shows everyone present the Hourglass of Dreams, which can fulfill any wish of its owner. And since this item is very precious, the Lord will only give it to the wizard who can handle it. The boy asks the magicians to place their mana into the crystal ball, noting that the artifact will be given to the strongest of them. This method seems rather unusual to our heroine, and she notices that the balls of most of the guests glow orange. Turning her head, Rosianna notices that Noah's orb is turning bright red, but she expected something like this from Juliet's assistant. Rosie becomes curious about what is going on with Juliet's own ball. To Rosie's surprise, the crystal ball in the boy's hands shimmers with different colors, emitting a soft light. The violet color merges with pink and blue shades, and, transforming into energy flows, rays of light rush to the Hourglass of Dreams. Rosianna mentally admires Juliet's strength, but now she too must test how strong she is. Concentrating, Rosie fills her crystal ball with mana. At this moment, her pendant with the magic stone rises into the air, emitting a barely noticeable glow. Suddenly, a stream of energy bursts out of the stone, rushing towards the toy rabbit that the Lord of the Tower is holding in his hands. This stream seems to suck in another stone, which decorates the bow tied around the rabbit's neck. Rosianna doesn't understand what's happening, and the next moment the ball in her hands cracks, crumbling into small pieces. The released energy fills the entire space of the auction room, and the Dreamwatch seems to be fed by it, shuddering and jumping in place. The next moment, our heroine notices a huge magical seal that has formed over the clock. The Lord of the Tower watches this with admiration, doing nothing. Suddenly, Rosianna is blinded by a bright white light, and she immediately closes her eyes. Rushing upward, the released energy reaches the topmost floor of the tower. A magical seal is also formed over the coffin of a wizard, sealed by a master. When she opens her eyes, Rosianna doesn't understand where she is, but this place doesn't look like an auction room. Suddenly, our heroine feels someone gently touch her cheek and hears the voice of her sister from a past life. Rosie realizes that she is back to the evening when her mother and sister congratulated her on entering university. Her sister even wanted to sing a congratulatory song for her, and Rosianna couldn't help but smile, remembering how warm her relationship with her family was. Rosie's mother was confident that her daughter would successfully graduate from university and become an excellent teacher. However, much more important than Rosianna's admission was her birthday. which was celebrated on the same day. The memories of this happy and carefree day stung our heroine painfully, and she could not hold back her tears. And soon a tragedy occurred, because of which Rosiana left the world in which she was born. The injuries sustained were incompatible with life. Despite all the efforts of doctors, Rosiana still remembered well the loud scream of her crying sister, leaning over her bed. All these scenes flash before Rosie's eyes, and at the last moment she sees an orange amulet covered in bright red hieroglyphs. At this moment, our heroine hears the voice of a woman with copper hair, ordering her to break the shackles of sleep. With an effort, Rosiana opens her eyes and returns to reality. Looking around, Rosie tries to understand where she ended up, because this strange place does not look like a magic tower at all. Rosiana remembers that just a minute ago she was at the auction. But suddenly, the magic ball broke and a strange magic funnel appeared. Suddenly, Rosie notices an open portal that resembles a body of water. However, the next moment, similar portals appear everywhere, completely confusing Rosiana. However, if she got here by entering one of these doors, there is a chance that there is someone behind at least one of them. Entering one of the portals, Rosie notices a young man lying on the floor. But the young man is clearly delirious, repeating over and over that he is the master of the magic tower. Taking a closer look, our heroine notices that the mana is gradually leaving the young man's body. Rosiana searches for a way out, exploring portal after portal, but this venture is not crowned with success. At this moment, Rosie remembers the ring that Jaliet gave her. He himself received this ring as a child, and Rosiana knows that with its help, one can summon the High Lord, but only once. Rosie touches her pendant, and the ring immediately begins to glow with a dim light. Concentrating, our heroine calls out to the High Lord, but nothing happens. Rosiana does not understand why the magic did not work, but soon realizes that Jaliet, like other wizards, confuses sleep with reality and cannot wake up. She needs to find a way to solve this problem, and suddenly, an idea comes to Rosie's mind. In teleportation, two participants are important, but she can simply swap them. If Jaliet can't teleport to her, she will go to him herself. However, Rosie fears that under such conditions, only part of her body may teleport. Rosiana has no right to make a mistake, and after checking everything several times, our heroine teleports to Jaliet. The teleportation is successful, and Rosie breathes a sigh of relief when she notices that all of her body parts are in place. She looks around in search of Jaliet, and suddenly notices a boy lying nearby. The boy is fast asleep, and his body seems to be entangled in some strange black ropes growing out of a black puddle. The ropes hold his body tightly, and, running to Jaliet, Rosiana tries to wake him up. But the boy does not wake up. Rosie tries to break one of the ropes, but she can't do it no matter how hard she tries. However, her attention is soon drawn to a small gray creature that appears next to Jaliet. It looks like a small slime trying to bite through one of the ropes. To Rosie's surprise, the creature manages to do this, and it seems to her that the slime even knows how to rejoice. But the next moment, the rope grows together, restoring its original shape. The creature clearly wants to help Jaliet, and our heroine guesses that this is not an ordinary slime. Turning to the slime, Rosie asks if he knows how to get out of here. Slime nods in agreement, but Rosiana realizes that she can't leave Jaliet here. She asks the slime if she can free her friend if she tries her best. Slowly crawling towards Rosie, the slime says that it is dangerous, and the problem lies in Jaliet's dream. He suffers from a nightmare caused by a black shadow, and can only wake up if he achieves his goal. Rosiana wants to find a way to help him, and asks the slime if she can get into Jaliet's dream. She can't just sit and wait for him to wake up, because she needs to get rid of the shadow as soon as possible. Nodding, the slime notes that there is indeed one way to help Jaliet. Without saying a word, the slime transports itself and Rosiana into the boy's dream, and our heroine again closes her eyes from the bright light that hit her eyes. As the light fades, Rosie tries to figure out where she is this time. She finds herself in Jaliet's dream, but first she has to find him himself. Sitting on Rosiana's shoulder, the slime asks the girl to hurry, and she nods in agreement. Rosie sees many portals, but she needs to find the only correct one. Concentrating, Rosiana tries to catch Jaliet's energy and follow it. After passing through the portal, our heroine finds herself in someone's luxurious bedroom. Suddenly, she notices a child hiding in a blanket and clearly frightened. Rosianna doesn't understand what kind of child this is, because she only came here because she felt Jaliet's energy. And, despite the fact that it is now midday, for some reason the child says that it is dark and scary. Rosie comes back, not understanding what it was and why the child was so scared. At this point, the slime on her shoulder says that this is not the dream, and they must continue searching. Rosianna sees many different portals, but, having sensed Jaliet, she chooses only one of them. Rosie finds herself in a room filled with sunlight and sees a boy reading a book on the windowsill. This is little Jaliet, who saw the word warmth in a book and is now trying to understand what this feeling is, because he has never felt anything like it before. Suddenly, another boy appears in the room, but Rosie doesn't know who he is. Seeing the stranger, Jaliet gets scared and immediately jumps off the windowsill. The boy who appeared says that his mother calls Jaliet cute, and now he himself is convinced that this is true. His name is Even, and he is Jaliet's older brother, but their meeting must remain a secret, because their father did not allow the boys to see each other. All the people Jaliet had met before had black and nasty mana, but Even's mana illuminated his dark world like a bright constellation. From that day on, the brothers were able to see each other more often, and Jaliet was happy to feel the amazing warmth emanating from Even's mana. Jaliet also wanted to please his brother, and one day he created a real snowfall for Yvonne. Moreover, he learned this spell simply by reading a book. But for some reason, Yvonne is not happy about this. Approaching his younger brother, Evan asks him not to tell anyone that he can use magic, and Jaliet promises to keep this secret. But one day, when their family's carriage is in danger, Jaliet still uses magic in front of her parents. Seeing what his son is capable of, the boy's father is truly delighted. But in the end, this incident becomes the beginning of the end. Jaliet is certain that it would have been better if both he and Yvonne had died that day. After all, the day after the incident with the carriage, Yvonne stabbed Jaliet in the eye with a dagger. Upon learning of this, the father took the boys to a secret room, wanting to put his sinister plan into action. Rosianna shudders in horror at the sight of Jaliet and Yvonne lying on the sacrificial table. Shaking his head, the father scolds Yvonne for his misdeed, noting that he had planned to give the throne to his eldest son, but Yvonne damaged his material, and now he must pay for it. However, thanks to such a sacrifice, Jaliet and Yvonne's father finally manages to summon the spirit. Now he will be able to use truly powerful magic, because all the annoying obstacles are left behind. Choking with horror, Jaliet asks her father why he is doing this to his own son. However, the man only grins, saying that to summon the spirit he needed dead and living flesh with strong mana. And if Jaliet had continued to hide his abilities, he would now be in Yvonne's place. However, for some reason, the spirit accepted Jaliet's father as a living sacrifice in his place and entered the boy. The next moment, the room is filled with a rapidly spreading dark substance. Turning around, Rosie sees Evan clutching his brother's throat, but his face has somehow turned into a strange black goo. Our heroine assumes that this eerie scene is part of Jaliet's memories. However, the slime says that these are not memories, but a nightmare that prevents him from waking up. Jaliet is sure that death at that moment would be a liberation for him, because now, as soon as he closes his eyes, all this happens again and again. However, the elder brother was worried about Jaliet even in the last moments of his life. None of this would have happened if Jaliet had not used magic on that fateful day. However, the boy does not understand why Yvonne wounded him and believes that his brother could really hate him. But now, Jaliet has no one to ask all these questions, although he feels guilty every time Yvonne strangles him in his sleep. Hearing these words, the slime realizes that all this time, Jaliet's nightmare was himself. He is the remnant of his older brother's mana, and when the spirit entered Jaliet, Yvonne entered his body along with him. Now the spirit wants to take over Jaliet's body, but he is strong, and therefore fights back against the spirit. And although Yvonne tried to find a way to stop this, he failed. Now the spirit is taking on the form of Yvonne and tormenting Jaliet, and the slime wants to put an end to it. Because while Jaliet is here, his nightmare becomes reality, which means that the spirit can absorb him or even kill him. Slime wants to get rid of the spirit, but then Jaliet will forget about its existence. But this is even for the best, because then he will be able to live without regrets. The nightmare is directly linked to Yvonne, and if he disappears, then the nightmare will disappear too. However, Rosianna does not consider this the only correct way out, because although Jaliet is tormented by a nightmare, the memories of Ivan are precious to him. Most likely, Jaliet himself would not want to get rid of them if he had the opportunity to do so. Slime cries bitterly, saying that he only wants his brother to be happy. Rosianna thinks that Evan should tell Jaliet about this, because if he knows the truth about his brother's feelings, the nightmare will stop tormenting him. But Evan doesn't know how to do this, because he is just a grain of manna. All this time, the slime was hiding, having forgotten who he was, and he was able to go so far only thanks to our heroine. Without a body to inhabit, Evan will disappear the moment he enters Jaliet's dream. But Rosianna offers him to inhabit her own body. He must rid Jaliet of this nightmare once and for all, putting an end to this tragic story. Having inhabited Rosie's body, Evan approaches his brother, easily breaking the bonds of the dark matter. He gently touches Jaliet's shoulder, calling him by name. Jaliet doesn't understand why Evan doesn't kill him, but Evan says he could never do that. Now his little brother is suffering because of him, and Evan wants to ask for forgiveness for this. Moreover, Evan never wanted to hurt Jaliet, but Jaliet does not understand why his older brother is apologizing to him, since he was the one who died that day. Moreover, all this happened because Jaliet could not keep his mouth shut, but Evan believes that his younger brother is not guilty of anything and does not hold a grudge against him. After these words, the space seems to clear, and Jaliet and Rosianna find themselves in a spacious stone hall. Seeing that the boy opens his eyes, our heroine is very happy about it. Looking into Rosie's eyes, Jaliet cannot hold back his tears, because he was finally able to get an answer to the question that had tormented him for many years. When Jaliet finally comes to her senses, Rosianna asks how her conversation with Evan went. Jaliet smiles happily and thanks Rosie, because everything went well only because she agreed to help his brother. Moreover, the boy still feels a piece of Evan's mana in Rosianna, and the girl guesses that Jaliet's older brother has not yet left her body. Evan warned our heroine that after she absorbed him, he would use all his remaining powers and disappear. But Rosie is glad that this has not happened yet. Looking around, Jaliet notices that the space they are in is quite unique. It's as if they are in another dimension, but it's a magical illusion caused by the division of space, and so he and Rosianna are both here and in the auction house at the same time. Rosie wants to get out of here, and Jaliet offers her to destroy the magic. However, they are unlikely to get away with it, and the tower itself may collapse, so Rosianna quickly abandons this idea. Then Jaliet suggests that our heroine find the owner of this spell, that is, the Lord of the Magic Tower himself. Our heroes decide to use teleportation and return to the ballroom. At this point, they find themselves too close to each other, and, embarrassed, Rosianna reminds the young man that they need to hurry. Jaliet didn't sense any energy in the auction house, but he sensed it at the top of the tower. The Lord is likely in the room located directly above the auction hall. Rosie realizes with horror that Jaliet is talking about the very room mentioned by the master. But it seems that Rosie has no other choice, and she will still have to enter it, despite the teacher's warning. Frozen in surprise, Rosianna sees an open coffin and a long-haired man standing next to it, who has bewitched the Lord of the Tower. Not believing her own eyes, Rosie recognizes the man as Master Asil, and upon hearing her voice, the teacher immediately looks around. At this moment, somewhere very far away, a portal opens, burning with a bright red light. Coming out of it, Marquis Schwarlin smiles broadly, sighing with relief. He has finally found what he has been looking for so long, and with the wish-granting crystal in his possession, the Marquis plans to make everything he has dreamed of for so long come true.